Welcome to Whispering Willow's Sleep, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight. And if you wish, what's on your mind? I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fog pressed itself against the windows of 221B Baker Street, like an uninvited guest who'd forgotten the hour, thick and patient, turning the November evening into something that belonged more to dream than to London. Inside, the fire crackled with a voice all its own, speaking in pops and whispers to the shadows that stretched themselves long across the Persian rug. The air carried the mingled scent of pipe tobacco and old books, that particular perfume of a room where thinking happened more often than talking, where silence had learned to be comfortable with itself. Sherlock Holmes sat in his usual chair, the one that had moulded itself to his peculiar angles over the years, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin in that attitude of concentrated thought that Watson had come to recognize as either profound meditation or complete boredom. The lamplight caught the sharp planes of his face, turning them to something almost sculptural, as if some lesser god had attempted to carve intelligence itself and had only partially succeeded. His eyes, grey as the fog outside, fixed themselves on the dancing flames, with an intensity that suggested he was reading messages in the fire that no one else could see. Watson occupied the chair opposite, his medical journal abandoned on his lap, a cup of tea cooling beside him on the small table that had witnessed 1,000 such evenings. He'd learned long ago that Holmes's silences were not invitations to interrupt, but rather performances of their own kind, requiring an audience of one. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked with Victorian stubbornness, each second measured and presented like a small gift no one had asked for. Outside, London settled into its evening rhythm, that peculiar music of a city that never quite managed to sleep. Somewhere, a hansom cab rattled over cobblestones that had known the weight of carriages since before the old Queen had been young. A street vendor's call floated up, muffled by the fog until it became almost melodic, almost peaceful. The gas lamps below struggled to prove their worth against the November murk, each one a small declaration of defiance that convinced precisely no one. It was the kind of evening that made a man grateful for fires and friends, and the particular grace of having nowhere else to be. Watson felt his eyelids growing heavy with the warmth, felt the day's concerns beginning to soften at their edges, when the knock came at the door downstairs, sharp, insistent, the kind of knock that suggested panic was keeping itself only barely contained. Holmes's eyes flickered with something that might have been satisfaction, or might have been hunger. In the space between one breath and the next, his entire demeanour shifted from languid to alert, like a cat who'd heard a mouse attempting discretion. "Ah," he murmured, his voice carrying that particular tone of pleasure that meant someone, somewhere, was about to present him with a puzzle. "A client, Watson, and one in considerable distress, if I'm any judge of urgency translated through oak." Mrs. Hudson's footsteps climbed the stairs with her usual measured pace, refusing to be hurried by anyone's crisis, bless her. The city might crumble, the Thames might boil, but Mrs. Hudson would mount those 17 steps at precisely the tempo she deemed appropriate, and not a moment faster. When she opened the door, she wore that expression of patient tolerance that suggested she'd long ago accepted that her lodgers attracted trouble, the way other houses attracted dust. "A Sir Reginald Ashworth to see you, Mr. Holmes," she announced, investing the title with just enough emphasis to suggest that even aristocrats ought to call at more reasonable hours. "He's quite insistent." "Show him up, Mrs. Hudson, if you would be so kind," Holmes replied, already rising from his chair with that peculiar grace he possessed, all angles and economy of motion. "And perhaps some tea? Our guests will need steadying, I suspect." The man who entered behind Mrs. Hudson seemed to carry the fog with him, though that might have been merely the pallor of his face or the tremor in his hands that he couldn't quite disguise. Sir Reginald Ashworth was perhaps 60, dressed in evening clothes that spoke of Savile Row and inherited wealth, though his waistcoat hung slightly askew, and his collar had been wrenched loose as if it had been strangling him. His grey hair, normally swept back with pomade and precision, fell across his forehead in damp strands. Most telling were his eyes, the wide, slightly unfocused eyes of a man who'd had his understanding of the world's fundamental reliability recently and violently adjusted. "Mr. Holmes," he began, his voice carrying the cultured accent of someone who'd learned to speak at Winchester or Eton, now roughened by distress. "I'm terribly sorry to intrude at this hour, but I find myself in the most extraordinary predicament. Most extraordinary and disturbing." Holmes gestured to the chair he'd just vacated, the one still warm from his occupation, while Watson shifted himself to the settee, with the practised ease of a man who'd learned to accommodate his friend's theatrical arrangements. Sir Reginald sank into the offered seat as if his legs had been considering mutiny for some time, and had finally staged their coup. "Please," Holmes said, settling himself against the mantelpiece in an attitude of casual attention. "Take a moment to collect yourself. Watson, perhaps you might pour our guests some brandy, the decanter on the sideboard, if you would." The ritual of pouring and offering gave Sir Reginald the space to breathe, to press his palms against his knees, to remember how one behaved in the presence of other Englishmen when one's world hadn't just tilted on its axis. He accepted the glass with hands that shook only slightly, took a sip that was more necessity than appreciation, and exhaled a long breath that seemed to carry some of his panic with it into the tobacco-scented air. "I collect antiquities, Mr. Holmes," he began, his voice steadying as he found the thread of his story. "Medieval pieces, primarily. Armour, weapons, that sort of thing. It's been the passion of my life, if I'm honest. I've assembled what some consider one of the finest private collections in England, rivaling even some of the museum holdings, though I say it myself." He paused, taking another sip, his eyes drifting to the fire, as if seeking courage in its dancing light. Victorian gentlemen took enormous pride in their collections. It was a way of touching history, of proving one's refinement and education, of creating a legacy that would outlast the collector himself. In an age obsessed with progress, there was something deeply satisfying about surrounding oneself with objects that had survived centuries, that carried the weight of ages in their very metal and leather. "This evening," Sir Reginald continued, "I returned from my club to find my study ransacked. Not violently, you understand, quite carefully, in fact, methodically. But one item, one single piece, has been taken." His voice cracked slightly on the final word, and he cleared his throat with the determination of a man refusing to show weakness. The iron gauntlet of Agincourt. Watson, who had been listening with the attentive patience he'd learned in consulting rooms, couldn't help but lean forward slightly. The battle? Victorian 15? The very same, Doctor. Sir Reginald's face brightened momentarily with the particular enthusiasm collectors reserved for their prize pieces. Or so the provenance suggested. A right-hand gauntlet, late 14th century, possibly worn by a knight in Henry V's army during the French campaign. I acquired it from an estate sale in Northumberland 7 years ago. The documentation was impeccable. Lineage traced back through 3 families, each more illustrious than the last. I paid handsomely for it, but it was worth every penny, the centerpiece of my collection. Holmes, who had been listening with that peculiar stillness that meant his mind was already 3 steps ahead of the conversation, tilted his head slightly. And yet, something troubles you beyond the mere theft itself. You said your predicament was disturbing, not merely distressing. The loss of a valuable object, however cherished, is distressing. What makes this situation disturbing? Sir Reginald set down his glass with a hand that had begun trembling again. The display case, Mr. Holmes, the glass case in which I kept the gauntlet locked. It wasn't broken. The lock wasn't picked. I'm quite certain of that, as I have the only key on my person at all times. He reached into his waistcoat pocket and produced a small brass key on a chain, holding it up as if it were evidence in its own defense. Yet, when I examined the case more closely, I found marks, smudges on the interior of the glass, as if someone had touched it from the inside. Fingerprints, Holmes murmured, and something in his voice had gone very quiet, very interesting. Yes, but that's not the extraordinary part, Mr. Holmes. The prints, they looked old, ancient even, as if someone had pressed their fingers against the glass centuries ago, and the oils had somehow been preserved, fossilized in the glass itself. I know it sounds mad, but I've spent my life studying medieval artifacts. I know the patina of age, the particular quality of oxidation and decay. These prints had that quality. They looked as though they'd been there longer than the gauntlet itself. The room fell silent, save for the fire's steady commentary, and the ticking clock's refusal to acknowledge that anything unusual had been said. Watson found himself studying Sir Reginald's face for signs of fever or delusion, but the man seemed entirely lucid, merely bewildered. Holmes remained motionless against the mantelpiece, his eyes half closed in that attitude of intense concentration that meant he was constructing theories and discarding them at a rate Watson couldn't begin to follow. Fascinating, Holmes said finally, drawing the word out as if tasting it. You'll forgive my asking, Sir Reginald, but has anyone questioned the gauntlet's authenticity? Any scholars or rival collectors cast doubt upon its provenance? The question landed like a stone in still water. Sir Reginald's face flushed, then paled, passing through several interesting shades in between. Aye. There have been whispers. Nothing definite, you understand, but the medieval antiquities world is small, competitive, and prone to jealousy. Some have suggested that the documentation might have been enhanced, that certain details in the provenance might not withstand truly rigorous scrutiny. But I trusted the seller, Mr. Holmes. Lord Pemberton was a gentleman of impeccable reputation. Was, Holmes repeated, catching the tense with the precision of a cat catching a mouse. He passed away 5 years ago, Sir Reginald admitted. Rather suddenly. Heart failure, they said. outside, the fog pressed closer, and somewhere in the distance a church bell tolled the hour with solemn authority. London in November was a city of layers, smoke and fog and gaslight creating an atmosphere that belonged more to ghost stories than to the rational, progressive Victorian age. Yet here they sat, 3 men in a warm room, discussing fingerprints that shouldn't exist, and a piece of medieval armour that had vanished from a locked case. Holmes pushed himself away from the mantelpiece with a sudden decision. "Sir Reginald, I would very much like to examine your study tonight, if you'll permit it. These curious fingerprints interest me greatly, and evidence has a distressing habit of becoming less clear with time." "Of course, Mr. Holmes. I came here hoping you'd say exactly that." Sir Reginald rose with visible relief, a man no longer alone with his impossible problem. "My carriage is waiting below. Shall we?" Watson was already reaching for his coat, that familiar quickening of the pulse that came with the beginning of a case settling into his chest. However much he valued quiet evenings by the fire, however much he appreciated peace and routine, there was something undeniably thrilling about venturing out into foggy London with Holmes on the scent of a mystery. As they descended the stairs, Mrs. Hudson appeared with their hats and scarves, her expression suggesting she'd known they'd be leaving the moment Sir Reginald had knocked. "Don't suppose you'll be back for supper," she observed. Not quite a question. "It seems unlikely, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes replied, accepting his hat with a slight bow. "But keep something warm, if you would. The night is young, and mysterious fingerprints rarely reveal their secrets before midnight." The fog swallowed them whole the moment they stepped outside, thick and damp and smelling of coal smoke and the river. Sir Reginald's carriage waited at the curb, its lamps casting yellow circles that barely penetrated the murk. As they settled into the leather seats and the horses began their careful navigation through streets turned ghostly, Watson caught Holmes's expression in the dim light, the slight smile, the gleam of anticipation in those grey eyes. "What do you make of it, Holmes?" he asked quietly. "I make of it, Watson, that someone has gone to rather elaborate lengths either to steal a medieval gauntlet or to make a point about one. Those fingerprints, ancient you notice, not merely old, suggest a message of some kind, a statement. We are not dealing with a common thief." "But fingerprints are centuries old. Surely that's impossible." "Impossible is merely another word for unexplained, my dear fellow, and the unexplained is simply waiting for sufficient observation." Holmes leaned back against the seat, his fingers already drumming that restless rhythm against his knee, that meant his mind was racing ahead to Sir Reginald's study, to locked cases and impossible evidence. "By morning, I suspect we shall find that this case is rather more elaborate than a simple theft, rather more interesting, too." The carriage rattled on through the fog-bound streets, carrying them deeper into Mayfair, where the houses grew larger and the secrets, presumably, more expensive. Watson settled into his coat, grateful for its warmth, and allowed himself a small smile. Whatever awaited them at Sir Reginald's townhouse, it would certainly be more interesting than another quiet evening with his medical journal. And somewhere in the November darkness, perhaps in a thief's pocket or a blackmailer's lair, an iron gauntlet that might or might not have seen the fields of Agincourt waited to reveal its secrets, along with the mysterious fingerprints that suggested someone, centuries ago or yesterday, had touched something they shouldn't have, leaving behind marks that time itself seemed unable to erase. The carriage delivered them to a townhouse on Grosvenor Square that wore its wealth with the particular discretion that only truly old money could manage. 4 stories of Portland stone rose into the fog like a cliff face, its windows tall and narrow, glowing with the warm amber of gas lamps that suggested comfort and security, and all the things that Sir Reginald's evening had proven illusory. The front door, painted a respectable black and adorned with brass fixtures polished to mirror brightness, opened before they'd quite reached it, revealing a butler whose face carried the professionally neutral expression of a man who'd learned long ago that household crises were best met with absolute calm. "Sir Reginald," the butler murmured, stepping aside with a slight bow. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, may I take your coats?" The entrance hall breathed money in that quiet, assured way that Mayfair houses did. Black and white marble tiles arranged in diamonds beneath their feet. A staircase that curved upward with the grace of a swan's neck, and walls painted in that particular shade of cream that suggested someone had consulted with an interior decorator who charged by the hour. A long-case clock ticked solemnly in one corner, its brass pendulum catching the light with each measured swing. The air carried the scent of beeswax polish and old money, with just a hint of the coal fires burning in rooms beyond. "The study is this way," Sir Reginald said, leading them past doors that surely opened onto drawing-rooms and parlours and all the other spaces that large houses accumulated like barnacles. His voice had steadied since leaving Baker Street, as if returning to his own domain had restored some measure of his equilibrium, though his hands still worried at each other as he walked. The study revealed itself as they entered to be exactly the sort of room a collector of medieval antiquities would construct, given unlimited funds and a passion that bordered on obsession. The walls had been panelled in dark oak that glowed with centuries of polish, though these particular panels were perhaps 30 years old at most, constructed to suggest age without actually possessing it. Display cases lined the walls like sentries, each one glass-fronted and velvet-lined, containing pieces of armour and weaponry that caught the lamplight and threw it back with the cold gleam of metal that had outlasted the men who'd worn it. Holmes paused just inside the doorway, his keen eyes sweeping the room with that rapid, comprehensive gaze that Watson had seen him employ 100 times, cataloguing and analysing in the space of heartbeats. A heavy desk dominated one corner, its leather surface crowded with papers and correspondence. 2 armchairs flanked a fireplace where coals still glowed faintly. Shelves sagging with leather-bound volumes occupied the wall opposite the windows. And there, positioned to catch the best of the daylight when daylight deigned to visit London in November, stood the empty display case. It was perhaps 3 feet tall and 2 feet wide, its wooden base carved with Gothic tracery that suggested a Victorian's romantic notion of medieval craftsmanship. The glass panels caught the lamplight and held it, revealing nothing but emptiness within, save for a velvet cushion that bore the faint impression of an object that was no longer there. Holmes moved toward it with the focused intensity of a hunting hound catching a scent, his long fingers already reaching for the magnifying glass that lived perpetually in his coat pocket. "No one has touched anything since you discovered the theft?" he asked, not looking up from his examination. "No one, Mr. Holmes. I locked the door immediately and came straight to you." Admirable restraint. Holmes bent closer to the glass, his magnifying glass raised, his breathing shallow as he studied something Watson couldn't yet see. The lamplight cast his shadow long across the floor, making him appear even more angular, more elemental, as if he'd been distilled down to nothing but observation and deduction. "Watson, bring that lamp closer, would you?" Watson complied, lifting the heavy brass lamp from the desk and carrying it carefully to where Holmes crouched before the case. As the light strengthened, he could see what had transfixed his friend's attention. There, on the interior surface of the glass, were marks, smudges, fingerprints, just as Sir Reginald had described, but with a quality to them that made Watson's medical training rebel against his own eyes. They looked old, ancient. The oils that had left them seemed to have oxidized, darkened, taken on a patina that shouldn't have been possible unless they'd been there for decades at minimum. Yet the case was locked, had been locked, and the prints were on the inside of the glass. Watson felt the small hairs on the back of his neck a prickle, with that peculiar sensation that came when the rational world revealed itself to be less solid than one had believed. "Extraordinary," Holmes murmured, his voice barely audible, that tone of concentrated fascination that meant he'd found something that genuinely puzzled him. "Quite extraordinary. Sir Reginald, you said you have the only key." "The only one, Mr. Holmes. It never leaves my person. And yet the lock shows no signs of forcing, no scratches, no irregularities. Whoever took the gauntlet either possessed a duplicate key, which you insist is impossible, or has talents that would make them the finest lockpick in London." Holmes straightened, turning to face their client with eyes that had gone very sharp. "These fingerprints, when did you first notice them?" Sir Reginald's brow furrowed with the effort of memory. "This evening, when I discovered the theft. I looked more closely at the case, trying to understand how anyone could have opened it, and saw the marks. They caught the light, you see. But I cannot be certain they weren't there before. I didn't examine the glass that closely on a daily basis. The gauntlet itself was the focus, not its container. Naturally, Holmes returned to his examination, now moving around the case, studying it from all angles. His fingers traced the wooden base without touching, hovering just above the carved surface. The case itself is of recent manufacture. Victorian Gothic revival, I'd say. Perhaps made by Stoddart and Sons, they do considerable work for collectors. "You're quite right, Mr. Holmes. I commissioned it 7 years ago when I acquired the gauntlet. And in those 7 years, how many people would you estimate have viewed this collection? Shown through this room by yourself, I mean." Sir Reginald considered, his eyes distant with calculation. "Perhaps 30 or 40. Fellow collectors, mostly. Museum curators, on occasion. I'm not secretive about my acquisitions, Mr. Holmes. Quite the contrary. A collection exists to be admired, to be shared with those who can appreciate it." Watson watched as Holmes processed this information, his long fingers now steepled beneath his chin in that characteristic pose. The fire had burned low in the grate, and someone, the butler, presumably, had slipped in quietly to add more coal, restoring warmth to a room that had grown steadily colder as the November night deepened outside. The fog pressed against the windows like something alive, reducing the square beyond to nothing but yellow smears of lamplight suspended in grey void. "I should like," Holmes said finally, "to examine your records of the gauntlet's provenance. the documentation you mentioned earlier, and a list, if you can provide it, of those who have viewed this collection in recent months. Of course. Sir Reginald moved to his desk, opening drawers with hands that had steadied considerably. The familiar action of retrieving papers, of dealing with the concrete tasks of documentation, seemed to ground him in the rational world he understood. He produced a leather portfolio embossed with his family crest and handed it to Holmes, with the care one might show a religious text. Holmes accepted it and moved to one of the armchairs, settling himself in the pool of lamplight with the portfolio open across his knees. Watson took the other chair, grateful to sit after the evening's exertions, and watched as his friend's eyes began moving across the pages with that rapid scanning that meant he was absorbing every detail, every notation, every watermark and signature. The room fell into that particular quality of silence that came when one man read and two others waited, a silence punctuated only by the turning of pages and the clock's steady testimony to passing time. Watson found his own eyes wandering to the other display cases, to the collection that Sir Reginald had assembled with such passion. There was beauty in these objects, certainly. The curved sweep of a helmet's visor, the intricate articulation of a pauldron's plates, the deadly elegance of a sword's crossguard. But there was melancholy too, Watson thought. These were objects made for violence, for the business of ending lives, now reduced to curiosities behind glass, their purpose neutered by time and circumstance. Victorian England had a peculiar relationship with its medieval past, he reflected. The age of progress and industry and railway lines, criss-crossing the countryside, looked backward with romantic longing to a time of knights and chivalry, conveniently forgetting the brutality and squalor that had characterized most of medieval life. Collectors like Sir Reginald weren't just acquiring objects. They were acquiring a story they wanted to believe about England's past, a narrative of honour and nobility that probably bore little resemblance to the muddy, bloody reality of 14th century warfare. Interesting, Holmes murmured, breaking the silence. Lord Pemberton acquired this piece from Colonel Whitfield in 1881. Colonel Whitfield had inherited it from his father, who purchased it from a French dealer in 1847. The French dealer claimed to have obtained it from a family near Calais, who had held it since the 15th century. He looked up, his eyes finding Sir Reginald. Did you verify any of this provenance, correspond with the French dealer, or the family in Calais? Sir Reginald shifted uncomfortably. The French dealer was long dead by the time I acquired the piece, Mr. Holmes, and I confess, I did not pursue the French family. Lord Pemberton's words were sufficient for me. He was a gentleman of the highest standing. A gentleman who died rather suddenly 5 years ago. Heart failure is hardly suspicious, Mr. Holmes. No, indeed, though it is convenient in its way. Holmes closed the portfolio and set it aside, his fingers drumming that restless rhythm against the chair's arm. I notice that among your list of recent visitors is a Dr. Edmund Whitmore, an academic, I presume. Yes, a scholar of medieval history. From Oxford, I believe, though he's fallen on rather hard times. He came 3 months ago to examine several pieces in my collection for a monograph he's writing, on arms and armour of the 100 Years' War. Seemed quite knowledgeable, though somewhat. Sir Reginald paused, searching for the word. Desperate? Holmes supplied. I was going to say intense, but desperate might be more accurate. He had that look about him, you know, the threadbare gentility of a man who's trying to maintain appearances on very little income. Watson knew the type well enough, the academic who'd chosen scholarship over commerce, trading material comfort for intellectual pursuit, only to discover that neither universities nor publishers paid sufficient wages for a man to live as his education suggested he should. London was full of such men, brilliant and poor, tutoring dim-witted aristocrats' sons, or writing unsigned articles for encyclopedias, their talents wasted on a society that valued pedigree over intelligence. Holmes rose abruptly, moving to the window where he stood, silhouetted against the fog-dimmed glow of the square beyond. Tomorrow morning, Watson and I shall visit the British Museum. I would like to consult with their experts on medieval armour, and perhaps examine similar pieces in their collection. Sir Reginald, I shall need you to write a note of introduction. Gladly, Mr. Holmes, but surely the museum isn't involved in this theft. Knowledge is involved, Sir Reginald. The question of authenticity, of provenance, of what makes one gauntlet genuinely medieval, and another merely an excellent forgery. Someone has gone to considerable trouble not just to steal your gauntlet, but to leave behind evidence that suggests... He paused, his reflection in the dark glass showing that slight smile that meant his mind had made a leap Watson couldn't follow. Well, that's what we must determine. They took their leave shortly after, Sir Reginald pressing money upon Holmes with the earnest insistence of a man who needed to feel he was doing something, anything, to solve his predicament. Holmes accepted with that particular grace he employed when refusing would wound more than accepting, though Watson knew the money would likely end up supporting some street urchin's family or tucked into the hand of an informant. The carriage ride back to Baker Street carried them through streets that had grown quieter as midnight approached. The fog hadn't lifted. London's November fogs rarely did before morning. But it had thinned slightly, allowing the occasional glimpse of shop fronts closed and shuttered, of policemen walking their beats with the steady tread of men paid to pretend the night held no mysteries. "What do you make of it, Holmes?" Watson asked, as he'd asked 100 times before, knowing that his friend needed an audience for the performance of deduction. "I make of it, Watson, that our medieval gauntlet was almost certainly never medieval at all." Holmes spoke quietly, his voice nearly lost beneath the rattle of wheels on cobblestones. Those fingerprints were placed there deliberately, as a message or a mockery. Someone who understands both the science of aging and the psychology of collectors has orchestrated this theft. The question is whether they sought to steal a valuable object or to expose a valuable fraud. You think the gauntlet was a forgery? I think, my dear fellow, that the Victorian antiquities trade is considerably more creative than most people realize. And I think that someone, or somewhere, knows exactly which collectors have been deceived, and has decided to make rather dramatic use of that information. He leaned back against the seat, his eyes closing. Tomorrow, the British Museum. Tonight, sleep, if we can manage it. Though I confess those fingerprints have given me something to think about. They were unsettling, Watson admitted. They were impossible, which is far more interesting. Impossible evidence left at the scene of an impossible theft. Someone is showing off, Watson. Someone is demonstrating their cleverness, and people who do that invariably make mistakes. The slight smile returned. We simply need to be patient enough to catch them at it. The carriage deposited them at Baker Street, where Mrs. Hudson had indeed kept supper warming, and the fire still burned in their sitting room, as if they'd never left. Watson settled into his chair with the profound gratitude of a man who'd spent hours in fog and speculation, while Holmes prowled the room like a caged animal, his mind clearly racing ahead to museums and scholars and the peculiar business of determining whether something that looked medieval might simply be last Tuesday, wearing a very convincing disguise. Outside, London slept fitfully, as it always did, and somewhere in the city, a medieval gauntlet that might never have seen Agincourt waited to reveal whether it was history or hoax, and whether its theft was crime or correction. Morning arrived in London the way it often did in November, reluctantly, grudgingly, as if the sun itself had decided that the effort of pushing through the fog wasn't quite worth the trouble. The light that eventually filtered through the windows of 221B Baker Street was pale and watery, the colour of weak tea, transforming the familiar sitting room into something slightly melancholy, slightly unreal. Watson woke in his chair to find he'd dozed off over his breakfast, his newspaper folded across his lap like a blanket, while Holmes stood at the window, already dressed and ready, his profile sharp against the grey morning beyond. "Ah, you're awake," Holmes observed, without turning. "Excellent. I've been watching the traffic below and calculating the optimal time to depart. The British Museum opens its doors at 10, but the curators arrive considerably earlier. We should leave within a quarter hour." Watson straightened himself with the particular stiffness that came from sleeping in chairs at one's age, his back protesting the indignity. "You've slept, I hope." "Sleep is simply the mind's way of admitting temporary defeat, Watson. I've been more productive." He gestured to the table, where several books lay open, their pages marked with scraps of paper covered in Holmes' angular handwriting. A fascinating few hours reviewing the literature on medieval metallurgy and the various techniques employed by forgers over the past century. Did you know that a skilled craftsman can artificially age metal by treating it with acids and then burying it in manure for several months? The oxidation patterns become virtually indistinguishable from genuine aging. "I can't say that particular fact has troubled me before this moment," Watson admitted, moving toward the sideboard where Mrs. Hudson had left a pot of coffee that still retained some warmth. "Though I suppose it's relevant to our gauntlet." "Everything is relevant until proven otherwise, my dear fellow. The question before us is not merely whether Sir Reginald's gauntlet is genuine, but whether someone knows it isn't, and if so, how they propose to profit from that knowledge." Holmes finally turned from the window, his eyes bright with that peculiar intensity that meant his mind had been working through the night's small hours, assembling and discarding theories with the methodical precision of a master craftsman. Blackmail, I suspect, though of a rather sophisticated variety. They departed Baker Street shortly afterward, Holmes carrying the letter of introduction Sir Reginald had provided, sealed with wax and stamped with a crest that probably opened more doors than any lockpick. The morning streets bustled with the peculiar energy of a city conducting its business, delivery carts rattling over cobblestones, street sweepers pushing yesterday's refuse into gutters, clerks hurrying toward offices where ledgers and correspondence awaited their attention. A thin rain had begun to fall, not quite committed enough to be called proper rain, but sufficient to dampen everything it touched and make the city smell of wet stone and coal smoke. The British Museum rose before them like a temple to knowledge, its Greek revival facade imposing even in the grey morning light. The great columns stood in rows, like philosophers frozen mid-argument, supporting a pediment crowded with figures representing the progress of civilization. It was, Watson thought, the sort of building that made one feel simultaneously educated and inadequate, as if merely standing before it was a subtle reproach for all the books one hadn't read, all the history one hadn't learned. Inside, the entrance hall echoed with that particular hollow quality of large spaces built to impress rather than comfort. Their footsteps clicked against marble floors that could have served equally well in a cathedral, while busts of ancient worthies gazed down from their pedestals with expressions suggesting they found the 19th century a bit disappointing compared to their own eras. A porter approached them with the wary efficiency of a man whose job involved redirecting tourists and preventing anyone from actually touching anything. Holmes presented Sir Reginald's letter with a slight bow. "We have an appointment with Dr. Harrison Blackwell, the curator of medieval antiquities. If you would be so kind as to direct us." The letter performed its magic admirably. Within moments they found themselves being escorted through galleries crowded with glass cases containing the accumulated treasures of civilizations that had made the fatal mistake of losing wars to the British Empire. Egyptian sarcophagi stood alongside Greek pottery, while medieval manuscripts lay open under glass like butterflies pinned for examination. The museum was quiet at this early hour, occupied only by scholars bent over notebooks and the occasional gentleman with too much time and too much education, examining artifacts with the intense focus that suggested they might later write devastating critiques for obscure journals. Dr. Harrison Blackwell revealed himself to be a man of perhaps 50, his face carrying that peculiar complexion that came from spending most of one's life indoors under artificial light. He wore spectacles that magnified his eyes to slightly alarming proportions, and his collar showed evidence of having been fastened with more hope than accuracy. His office was a chaos of books and papers and photographs of armor pieces, each surface colonized by the overflow from his mind's attempts to categorize and understand the material culture of the Middle Ages. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, welcome, welcome," he said, his voice carrying the slight breathlessness of someone perpetually excited by their subject matter. "Sir Reginald's letter suggests you have questions about medieval armor authentication. Fascinating field, absolutely fascinating. So many forgeries, you see, particularly pieces claiming provenance from famous battles. Please, sit, if you can find space." They navigated the obstacle course of his office, and settled into chairs that had been buried under journals until Blackwell cleared them with apologetic efficiency. Holmes leaned forward, his elbows on his knees, his expression showing the focused attention he reserved for expert witnesses. "Dr. Blackwell, what can you tell us about the general state of the medieval antiquities market, specifically the prevalence of forgeries?" The curator's eyes lit up behind his spectacles, the sort of gleam that suggested Holmes had asked precisely the question he most wanted to answer. "Oh, it's absolutely rampant, Mr. Holmes. Absolutely rampant. The Victorian appetite for medieval objects far exceeds the supply of genuine pieces, you see. Basic economics ensures a thriving forgery trade. I'd estimate that perhaps 30 to 40% of pieces in private collections are, shall we say, of questionable authenticity." Watson felt his eyebrows rise at the figure, That many? If anything, I'm being conservative, Dr. Watson. You must understand, the methodology for authenticating these pieces is still developing. We look at construction techniques, metallurgical composition, wear patterns, provenance documentation. But a skilled forger who studied medieval craftsmanship can produce something that passes even expert scrutiny. Add manufactured provenance, false bills of sale, forged letters from deceased aristocrats, and the deception becomes nearly complete. "Have you encountered Dr. Edmund Whitmore in your work?" Holmes asked, his tone carefully casual. Blackwell's expression shifted, becoming more guarded. "Whitmore, yes. Brilliant scholar, actually. Did some excellent work on the evolution of plate armor in the early 15th century. But he—" The curator paused, clearly weighing his words. "He fell on hard times, financial difficulties. Left Oxford under something of a cloud about 5 years ago. Rumour was he'd authenticated some pieces for private collectors that later proved problematic. Problematic meaning forged. The word used was optimistically attributed, Mr. Holmes, but yes, essentially forged. Whitmore had expertise that collectors valued, but he also had debts. It's a dangerous combination for scholarly integrity. I believe he now works independently, doing authentication for hire, living in rather reduced circumstances near Bloomsbury." Holmes nodded slowly, filing this information away in whatever elaborate mental catalogue he maintained. If one wanted to expose forgeries in private collections, how might one do it, assuming one had the knowledge to identify them? Blackwell removed his spectacles and began polishing them with a handkerchief that had clearly been employed in this task many times before, leaving it perpetually slightly grimy. "That's an interesting question, Mr. Holmes. The direct approach would be to publish findings in academic journals, but that's slow and reaches a limited audience. Anonymous letters to the collectors themselves might be more immediate, though legally fraught. Why do you ask?" "Professional curiosity, Dr. Blackwell. Would it be possible to artificially create the appearance of aged fingerprints on glass? Make them appear centuries old?" The curator paused in his spectacle polishing, his eyes sharp despite their current nakedness. "That's oddly specific. But yes, theoretically, one could mix oils with oxidized pigments, perhaps even use genuine medieval materials ground to powder. The effect would be convincing enough to someone not expecting deception. May I ask why fingerprints specifically?" "You may ask," Holmes replied with a slight smile, "though I fear I cannot yet answer. But you've been most helpful, Dr. Blackwell. One final question. Are you familiar with Sir Reginald Ashworth's collection?" "By reputation, certainly. He's quite proud of it, and shows it to anyone with scholarly credentials who expresses interest. I viewed it myself, perhaps 2 years ago." Blackwell replaced his spectacles, his enlarged eyes blinking thoughtfully. "He has some fine pieces, though I confess I harboured doubts about his iron gauntlet of Agincourt. The construction details seemed somewhat too pristine, too perfect. Medieval armour was functional before it was beautiful, Mr. Holmes. Pieces that supposedly saw battle rarely look as though they've been preserved in honey. They took their leave shortly afterward, Holmes securing a promise that Blackwell would make discreet inquiries among his colleagues about any recent discussions of authentication controversies. As they descended the museum's great steps back into the drizzling London morning, Watson found himself considering the economics of forgery, the desperation of scholars, and the human appetite for owning pieces of history, however fraudulent. "So we have a pattern emerging," Watson ventured as they turned toward a cab stand. "Collectors with questionable pieces, a desperate scholar who once authenticated forgeries, and someone leaving impossible fingerprints as what? A calling card? A signature, Watson, or a confession?" Holmes flagged down a hansom cab with his stick, his expression thoughtful. "Someone is playing a rather elaborate game. They're not merely stealing objects, they're making statements about those objects. Those fingerprints weren't meant to be possible or real. They were meant to be noticed, to raise questions about authenticity." They climbed into the cab, Holmes giving the driver an address in Bloomsbury that presumably belonged to the unfortunate Dr. Whitmore. The streets rolled past outside, shop windows displaying wares for the prosperous, beggars huddled in doorways demonstrating the alternative. The whole great mechanism of London's economy grinding forward with the inexorable certainty of the clock tower at Westminster. "You think Whitmore is involved?" Watson asked. "I think Whitmore is a man with specialized knowledge, financial pressures, and a guilty conscience. Whether those ingredients have combined into criminal action remains to be seen. But if one wanted to expose fraudulent medieval pieces, one would need expertise to identify them. And if one had authenticated frauds in the first place..." Holmes left the thought unfinished, his eyes distant. The cab carried them north, through streets that grew gradually less prosperous. The grand townhouses of Mayfair giving way to the respectable but shabby gentility of Bloomsbury. Here lived the city's clerks and tutors and struggling writers, people who'd been educated above their means and were paying the price in crowded lodgings and cold suppers. The buildings pressed closer together, their facades showing the grime that accumulates when no one can afford to have them cleaned, their windows dim behind curtains that had once been fashionable, but were now merely old. Dr. Edmund Whitmore's residence revealed itself as a boarding house on a street that aspired to respectability through sheer determination. The landlady who answered their knock had the suspicious air of someone who'd learned to judge visitors by their ability to pay rent, but Holmes's manner and bearing worked their usual magic. Within moments they were being shown up narrow stairs to a third-floor room that overlooked a courtyard where laundry hung like pennants of domestic defeat. Whitmore himself answered their knock with the startled expression of a man not accustomed to visitors. He was perhaps 45, though hardship had aged him beyond his years. His clothing was neat but threadbare, his collar turned to hide its fraying, his waistcoat buttoned carefully over a shirt that had been mended more than once. His face carried the gaunt intensity of someone who ate sparingly and worried constantly, while his eyes, intelligent, haunted eyes, moved between Holmes and Watson with evident alarm. "Dr. Whitmore?" Holmes inquired. "My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my colleague, Dr. Watson. We'd like to speak with you about medieval armor authentication, if you can spare a few moments." The color drained from Whitmore's face with remarkable speed, leaving him pale as parchment. His hand tightened on the doorframe as if it were the only thing preventing him from collapsing. I don't authenticate pieces anymore, Mr. Holmes. That part of my career is concluded." "We're not seeking authentication services, Dr. Whitmore. We're investigating the theft of a medieval gauntlet from Sir Reginald Ashworth's collection, and your name arose in our inquiries. May we come in?" For a long moment Whitmore stood frozen, calculation and fear warring across his features. Then, with visible effort, He stepped aside and gestured them into his room with the defeated grace of a man who'd been expecting this conversation for years, and was almost relieved it had finally arrived. The room was small but fastidiously organized, every surface serving triple duty. A narrow bed tucked beneath the window. A desk crowded with books and papers and sketches of armor pieces. A single armchair that had known better days. The walls were bare, except for a single framed photograph. A younger Whitmore in academic robes, probably his Oxford graduation, a reminder of what he'd once been and could never be again. Sir Reginald's gauntlet has been stolen, you say? Whitmore's voice was barely above a whisper. The one supposedly from Agincourt. You examined it 3 months ago, I believe. I did. And I told him. I suggested. Whitmore sank into the armchair as if his legs had given up their function. I told him the provenance was questionable, that the construction details troubled me. He didn't want to hear it, of course. No collector ever does. Holmes remained standing, his keen eyes cataloguing every detail of the room, every sketch, every scattered paper. Dr. Whitmore, I believe you're in a position to help us understand something rather complicated, a matter involving authenticity, forgery, and perhaps blackmail. Would you care to tell us about the pieces you authenticated 5 years ago, the ones that proved problematic? Whitmore covered his face with his hands, his shoulders shaking with what might have been laughter, or tears, or some combination of both. When he finally looked up, his eyes were bright with moisture, and something that might have been a relief. Mr. Holmes, he said quietly, I think I've been waiting for someone like you for a very long time. The rain intensified outside Whitmore's window, drumming against the glass with the sort of persistence that suggested it had settled in for the afternoon, and had no intention of leaving before it was good and ready. The sound provided a kind of buffer against the world beyond, wrapping the small room in its own private atmosphere, as if the 3 men within had been isolated from London's ceaseless bustle and granted permission to speak truths that wouldn't survive in sunlight. Whitmore rose from his chair with the careful movements of a man gathering his courage, crossed to a battered trunk that served as both storage and side table, and extracted a portfolio, not unlike the one Sir Reginald had shown them the previous evening. But where Ashworth's had been leather-bound and embossed with family crests, Whitmore's was simple cardboard held together with string, the covering worn to softness by anxious handling. 5 years ago, he began, settling back into his chair with the portfolio on his lap, I was approached by a dealer, a Mr. Cornelius Blackwood, who operated from premises in Cheapside. He had acquired several medieval pieces, or so he claimed, and needed academic authentication for potential buyers. The fee he offered was... Whitmore paused, his fingers tracing the portfolio's edge. Substantial. More than I was earning in a year of teaching. Watson, who had taken up position near the window where he could watch both Whitmore and the Grey Street beyond, felt a familiar pang of sympathy. He'd seen this story before in different forms. Good men compromised by necessity, their integrity eroded not by villainy, but by the simple, grinding pressure of unpaid bills and dependent families. I examined the pieces, Whitmore continued, his voice gaining steadiness as he moved into the technical details that were clearly his comfort. A gauntlet, similar to Sir Reginald's, a helmet, a breastplate, all supposedly from the late 14th, early 15th century, all claiming provenance from the 100 Years' War. He opened the portfolio, revealing sketches and photographs, notes written in a precise hand that spoke of scholarly training. The workmanship was extraordinary. The aging appeared genuine. The documentation seemed impeccable. "But," Holmes prompted, his tone neutral, encouraging. But I had doubts. Small inconsistencies in the construction. The patina was perfect, perhaps too perfect. The rivets showed wear patterns that didn't quite match the supposed age and use. And the provenance. Whitmore pulled out a sheet of paper covered in names and dates. The chain of ownership passed through 3 families, all of whom had conveniently died out or emigrated. No one left to contradict the story. He looked up at Holmes, his eyes pleading for understanding. "I was in debt, Mr. Holmes. My wife was ill. Consumption, the doctors said, though they might as well have said poverty. My daughter needed schooling. The university had reduced my position to part-time, which is academic parlance for we'd dismiss you entirely if we could. When Blackwood offered me that fee, when he showed me those pieces that were 90% convincing." His voice cracked slightly. "I authenticated them. I wrote reports stating they were genuine medieval artifacts. I signed my name and my credentials to documents I knew were optimistic at best." The room fell silent, except for the rain's commentary, and the distant sounds of London conducting its business despite the weather. Watson watched as Holmes moved to the desk, his long fingers leafing through Whitmore's sketches with that careful touch he employed around evidence. The drawings were beautiful, actually. Detailed renderings of armor pieces showing every rivet and joint, annotated with observations in Latin and English, the work of a man who genuinely loved his subject matter even as he betrayed it. "What happened to the pieces?" Holmes asked, not looking up from the sketches. "Sold to private collectors, gentlemen with more money than expertise, who wanted to own history and weren't inclined to examine it too closely. Lord Pemberton bought the Gauntlet for his collection. Sir Reginald acquired it later from Pemberton's estate. The helmet went to Colonel Harrington, the breastplate to a Mr. Fenwick, a Manchester industrialist who's made a fortune in cotton and wants to purchase respectability." Whitmore's laugh was bitter. "They all have my signed authentication documents, carefully framed alongside their fraudulent treasures." "And your wife?" Watson asked gently, already knowing the answer from Whitmore's demeanour. "She died 2 years ago. The money delayed it, perhaps, but consumption takes what it wants in the end. My daughter is in service now, a governess in Yorkshire. She doesn't speak to me any more. Can't say I blame her." Holmes turned from the desk, his expression thoughtful rather than judgmental. Watson had seen this before, too. His friend's curious capacity for sympathy toward those who'd committed crimes for comprehensible reasons, even as he pursued their exposure with relentless efficiency. Holmes understood desperation in a way that surprised people who mistook his intellectual detachment for emotional coldness. "Dr. Whitmore," Holmes said carefully, "those fingerprints found on Sir Reginald's display case, the ones that appear impossibly old, placed on the interior of locked glass. Do you know anything about them?" Whitmore's face underwent a remarkable transformation, surprise giving way to something like grim satisfaction. "Fingerprints? Ancient-looking ones?" He actually smiled, though it was the saddest smile Watson had ever witnessed. "That would be my signature, Mr. Holmes. My confession is painted in oxidized oils and medieval pigments." "You put them there?" "I did. 3 months ago, when I examined Sir Reginald's collection. He left me alone with the pieces for perhaps 20 minutes while he dealt with some household matters. I unlocked the case. I'm quite skilled at locks, acquired the talent during my reduced circumstances, and I painted those prints on the interior glass using a mixture I'd prepared. Lampblack mixed with linseed oil treated with iron oxide, applied with a stamp made from my own fingertips. The aging effect is entirely artificial, but convincing enough to someone not expecting it. Holmes leaned against the desk, his arms crossed, his expression fascinated. Why? Because I couldn't live with what I'd done, Mr. Holmes. The lie had grown too large, too permanent. Those pieces I authenticated weren't just mistakes. They were frauds I'd made legitimate through my credentials. Men were building legacies on forgeries, passing them to their children as genuine history. I thought. He paused, gathering his thoughts. I thought if I could expose them, if I could mark each piece with evidence of its falsity, perhaps I could salvage something, some scrap of integrity from the wreckage of my career. So you've been visiting these collections? Holmes said slowly, working through the implications. Leaving your fingerprint signature as evidence. But why steal the gauntlet? Why not simply expose the fraud publicly? Whitmore's expression shifted to confusion. Steal it? Mr. Holmes, I've stolen nothing. I've only marked the pieces with my confession, I suppose you'd call it. Evidence that someone with knowledge had touched them, examined them, found them wanting. I thought the collectors might investigate, might discover the truth themselves. But Sir Reginald's gauntlet is missing, Dr. Whitmore, taken from a locked case that shows no signs of forced entry, save for your fingerprints on the interior glass. The scholar's face went pale again. Missing? When? 2 nights ago? You were where, exactly? Here. I'm always here, Mr. Holmes. I can barely afford this room, let alone gallivant about London stealing things. He stood abruptly, agitation making him restless. I don't understand. I left those prints as evidence, not as... I never intended to take anything, just to mark them, to sign my confession in a way that would eventually be understood. Watson watched as Holmes processed this information, his keen mind clearly recalibrating theories in light of new facts. The rain continued its steady percussion against the window, and somewhere in the building below, a door slammed and voices raised in argument, the normal sounds of a boarding house, where too many people lived in too little space with too few resources. Dr. Whitmore, Holmes said finally, I believe you. Which means we have a more complex situation than I initially imagined. Someone has taken advantage of your, shall we call it, performance art? Someone knew about your fingerprints, understood their significance, and used them as cover for an actual theft. But who would know? Whitmore asked, sinking back into his chair. I told no one. It was my private penance, my attempt to undo the damage I'd caused. Someone who's been watching, perhaps another collector, or someone in the trade who recognized your handiwork. Holmes began pacing the small room, his movements constrained by the limited space, but no less energetic for it. Or possibly even Blackwood himself, if he's still operating. Watson, we need to visit the other collectors, Colonel Harrington and Mr. Fenwick. If Whitmore left his signature on their pieces as well, and if any of them have also been stolen, then we're looking at a systematic exposure of the forgery network, Watson finished, the pattern becoming clear. Someone is using Whitmore's fingerprints to mark the fraudulent pieces, then stealing them. But to what end? Blackmail? Almost certainly. Whether the blackmail targets the collectors or someone else in the chain remains to be seen. Holmes turned to Whitmore, his expression serious. Dr. Whitmore, I need you to provide us with a complete list of every piece you fraudulently authenticated, every collector who purchased them, and any information you have about Blackwood's operation. Can you do that? Whitmore nodded slowly. I kept records, detailed records. I suppose part of me always knew this day would come, that I'd need to account for what I'd done. He pulled a notebook from his desk drawer, leather-bound and filled with dense handwriting. Everything is here. Names, dates, descriptions of each piece, the fees I received, my own private ledger of shame. It may prove your salvation instead, Holmes said, accepting the notebook. If we can prove you were attempting to expose the frauds, if we can demonstrate that your actions were motivated by conscience rather than continued profit, the legal consequences may be manageable. I don't care about legal consequences, Mr. Holmes. My reputation is already destroyed. My career is over. I just want to ensure that no more false history is passed down as genuine, that these forgeries are exposed and destroyed rather than treasured and preserved. Whitmore's voice carried a quiet dignity that his shabby room and worn clothing couldn't diminish. If I can accomplish that, perhaps my daughter might someday understand that I tried to make amends. They took their leave shortly afterward, Holmes clutching Whitmore's notebook like the evidence it was. Watson carrying in his mind the image of the scholar's haunted face, the visible relief at having finally confessed, mingled with the resignation of a man who'd given up hope of redemption years ago. The rain had settled into a steady drizzle as they emerged onto the street, the kind of precipitation that London specialized in. Not dramatic enough to call for umbrellas, but persistent enough to ensure everyone ended the day damp and vaguely miserable. Holmes hailed another cab, giving the driver an address in Kensington that presumably belonged to Colonel Harrington. "What do you make of him?" Watson asked once they were seated, and the cab was navigating through traffic, made sluggish by wet streets and reduced visibility. "I make him a man who made terrible choices for understandable reasons and has been punishing himself ever since," Holmes replied, already leafing through Whitmore's notebook. His fingerprints weren't meant to facilitate theft. They were meant to be discovered eventually, to raise questions, to start investigations. A slow-burning confession that would expose the forgeries without requiring him to make direct accusations. But someone else recognized them for what they were. Precisely, someone with knowledge of the trade, who understood that these impossible fingerprints were a signal, a marking system, and that someone has decided to profit from Whitmore's guilt. Holmes looked up from the notebook, his eyes bright with that particular intensity that meant the case had transformed from interesting to urgent. "We're not dealing with a simple thief, Watson. We're dealing with someone who understands the psychology of collectors, the economics of forgery, and the power of symbolic gestures. Someone who's turning Whitmore's confession into a weapon." The cab rattled on through streets that grew gradually more prosperous again, the shabby gentility of Bloomsbury, giving way to the solid wealth of Kensington, where military men retired on pensions and investments. Watson found himself thinking about the various levels of London society they traversed that day. From Mayfair's aristocratic townhouses to the British Museum's scholarly preserve, to Whitmore's cramped boarding house, and now to Kensington's comfortable respectability. The city was a vertical sandwich of classes, each layer mostly unaware of the others, except when crime or charity forced them into uncomfortable proximity. Colonel Harrington's house stood on a tree-lined street where the plane trees had shed most of their leaves, creating a soggy carpet of brown and gold that muffled the sounds of passing traffic. The building was Georgian, red brick with white trim, maintaining that military precision in its appearance that suggested the colonel brought his professional standards home with him. The brass knocker gleamed despite the weather, and when the door opened, the butler who appeared had the ramrod posture of a former soldier who'd followed his officer into civilian service. "Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson to see Colonel Harrington," Holmes announced, presenting a card, "regarding a matter of some urgency involving his collection of medieval armour." The butler's expression flickered, just slightly, but enough for Watson to notice. Something about the phrase medieval armour had struck a nerve. He stepped aside to admit them, his voice carefully neutral as he said, "I'll inquire if the colonel is receiving visitors. Please wait in the hall." They stood in an entranceway decorated with military precision, regimental colours framed on walls, a display of medals under glass, photographs of men in uniform arranged with geometric exactness. The house smelled of pipe tobacco and leather polish, and the particular mustiness that came from books no one had read in decades, but which looked impressive on shelves. The butler returned within moments, his face carefully composed, but his voice carrying an undercurrent of something that might have been alarm. "The colonel will see you in his study, gentlemen, but I must warn you. He's in a rather agitated state this morning. A piece from his collection has gone missing." Holmes and Watson exchanged glances, the confirmation of their suspicions arriving with the force of revelation. The pattern was expanding, just as Holmes had predicted. "Missing when?" Holmes asked. "Discovered this morning, sir. The display case was locked, untouched, but the helmet was gone. The colonel is most distressed." They followed the butler through the house to a study that could have served as a miniature museum of military history. But their attention fixed immediately on the empty display case by the window, its glass panels intact, its lock undisturbed, and there, on the interior surface, just visible in the grey afternoon light, fingerprints that appeared to have been there for centuries, impossible and accusing and utterly familiar. Colonel Harrington proved to be a man constructed entirely from military bearing and barely suppressed fury. His posture so rigid it seemed his spine had been replaced with an iron rod sometime during his years of service. He was perhaps 65, with the sort of white moustache that required daily attention and considerable pomade to maintain its aggressive angles, and eyes that had witnessed battles in distant corners of the empire, and now regarded the violation of his private collection as a personal affront comparable to treason. His study reflected a life lived according to regimental standards. Every book spine aligned precisely, every paper stacked at perfect right angles, every medal displayed with military symmetry that suggested chaos was the enemy, and order the only acceptable response. "Mr. Holmes," he said, his voice carrying the clipped precision of a man accustomed to giving orders and having them obeyed without question, "your reputation precedes you, which is why I am receiving you without appointment. My butler informs me you're investigating stolen medieval armour. I assume you're aware that my Agincourt helmet has been taken from a locked case in this very room?" "I suspected as much, Colonel," Holmes replied, moving immediately toward the empty display case with that focused intensity Watson recognized. "When did you discover the theft?" "This morning at 7 o'clock precisely. I maintain a schedule, Mr. Holmes. Inspection of the collection is part of my daily routine, and has been for the past 15 years. Yesterday evening at 6 o'clock, the helmet was present. This morning it was not. The case remains locked, showing no signs of forced entry, yet the piece is gone." The Colonel's voice rose slightly on the final word, his control slipping just enough to reveal the depth of his distress. "Impossible, yet undeniable." Holmes had already produced his magnifying glass and was examining the fingerprints on the interior glass with an attention so complete it bordered on meditation. Watson positioned himself near enough to observe, but not so close as to obstruct, watching as his friend's eyes moved across the surface with methodical precision. The prints were there, unmistakable. The same artificially aged appearance, the same deliberate placement. Whitmore's signature confession repeated in this Kensington study exactly as it had appeared in Mayfair. "Colonel Harrington," Holmes said, not looking up from his examination, "how did you acquire this helmet?" 7 years ago from a dealer named Blackwood. Cornelius Blackwood operated from Cheapside. Fine establishment, handled only the highest quality pieces. The helmet came with impeccable provenance, documented ownership through 3 families dating back to the 15th century. Supposedly worn by a knight at Agincourt, though of course such claims are difficult to verify absolutely. The Colonel's voice carried the defensive tone of a man whose certainty had begun developing cracks. "I had it authenticated by a scholar from Oxford, Dr. Edmund Whitmore, expert in medieval armour. His written assessment confirmed its genuinity." "Did Dr. Whitmore examine the piece recently? Perhaps within the last few months?" The Colonel's moustache twitched, which Watson had learned to recognize as a sign of aristocratic discomfort. "He did, actually. 3 months ago. Appeared at my door claiming to be updating his research, wanting to re-examine pieces he'd previously authenticated. I saw no harm in it. The man's an expert, after all, even if he's fallen on hard times. Left him alone with the collection for perhaps half an hour while I attended to correspondence." "And you noticed nothing unusual afterward? No changes to the display cases?" "Nothing whatsoever. The helmet remained exactly where it had always been, behind locked glass, until this morning when it simply wasn't." The Colonel moved to the window, his hands clasped behind his back in parade rest, staring out at the rain-soaked garden beyond. "I fought in 3 campaigns, Mr. Holmes. Afghanistan, Sudan, Burma. Faced charging cavalry and artillery bombardment without flinching. But this—" His voice dropped to something almost vulnerable. "This violation of my private sanctuary, this theft of an object I treasured more than my medals. I confess it's shaken me rather badly." Watson felt that familiar pang of sympathy, recognizing in the Colonel's distress something he'd seen in countless men who'd served the Empire and returned home, to find civilian life strangely hollow, filling the void with collections and hobbies and routines that gave structure to days that no longer carried the weight of military purpose. The helmet hadn't been merely an artifact to Harrington. It had been a connection to history, to martial valor, to a past that made sense in ways the present often didn't. Holmes straightened from his examination, his expression thoughtful. "Colonel, I must ask you a rather delicate question. Have you ever had doubts about the helmet's authenticity? Any suspicions that perhaps the provenance was less certain than you were led to believe? The military bearing cracked visibly. Harrington turned from the window, his face flushed, his hands trembling slightly as they fell to his sides. "What are you suggesting, Mr. Holmes?" "I'm suggesting nothing. I'm inquiring. Have you?" A long silence followed, broken only by the rain's steady percussion and the ticking of a mantel clock that marked seconds with military precision. The colonel seemed to age before their eyes, his shoulders sagging slightly, his rigid posture softening into something more human and infinitely more weary. There were inconsistencies, he admitted finally, the words emerging like a confession under torture. Small details that troubled me when I examined it closely. The wear patterns didn't quite match 500 years of aging. The metal's composition seemed suspiciously uniform for medieval forging. And the provenance. He moved to his desk, extracting a folder with hands that had steadied through force of will. "I've conducted research over the years. 2 of the 3 families listed in the ownership chain died out without the issue. The 3rd emigrated to America in the 1850s, and my letters to their descendants went unanswered. I began to suspect that the documentation might have been creatively assembled." "Why didn't you pursue the matter further?" Watson asked gently. "Because I didn't want to know, Dr. Watson." The colonel's voice carried the weight of accumulated self-deception, finally acknowledged. "I'd paid a substantial sum for the piece. I'd displayed it proudly to fellow officers and collectors. I'd built part of my reputation on possessing one of the finest private military collections in London. To discover it was fraudulent would have been—" He trailed off, unable or unwilling to complete the thought. Holmes nodded with something that might have been understanding, or might simply have been recognition of human nature's predictable patterns. "Colonel Harrington, I believe your helmet was taken by someone who knows it's a forgery, and intends to use that knowledge for leverage. You should expect communication from them soon. A letter, perhaps, or a message delivered by an intermediary. They'll likely offer to return the piece in exchange for money, and perhaps also your silence about its fraudulent nature." "Blackmail." The word emerged like something distasteful. "You're telling me I'm to be blackmailed over a forgery I purchased in good faith?" "I'm telling you that someone has weaponized your investment in a false history, Colonel. The question is whether we can identify them before they make their demands, and whether we can recover not just your helmet, but several other pieces taken under similar circumstances." Holmes moved toward the door, then paused. "One more question. Has Cornelius Blackwood contacted you at any point in recent years?" "Not since the original sale. I assumed his business continued as before, though I haven't had occasion to visit his premises. I've made no further acquisitions in the past several years." "Then I suggest you don't respond to any communications regarding the helmet without consulting with me first. The person we're dealing with is sophisticated, patient, and has planned this operation carefully. Hasty responses will only complicate matters." Holmes produced a card and handed it to the colonel. "Send word to Baker Street the moment you receive any contact regarding the theft." They departed into the continuing drizzle, the afternoon having slipped toward early evening without quite committing to darkness. London's November days were brief things, grudging with their light, eager to return to the gloom that seemed more natural to the city's temperament. Holmes hailed another cab with the ease of a man who'd spent years navigating the city's transport systems and gave an address in Bloomsbury, presumably returning to Whitmore's residence. 2 thefts, same method, same fingerprints, Watson observed as the cab began its journey through increasingly congested streets. And both collectors harboured private doubts about their piece's authenticity. Someone knows which items in which collections are fraudulent. More than that, Watson, someone knows that the collectors themselves suspect the fraud, but have too much invested, financially and reputationally, to pursue the truth. Holmes stared out at the passing streets with eyes that saw through surfaces to the mechanisms beneath. It's an elegant scheme, really. Take pieces that are already doubtful, mark them with impossible fingerprints that raise further questions, then steal them from locked cases to create maximum mystery. The collectors are caught in a vice. They can't report the full details without admitting they may have been displaying forgeries. Yet, they can't simply ignore the theft either. But why create such elaborate mystery around it? Why not simply send anonymous letters demanding payment for silence? Because fear and confusion are more powerful than simple threats, my dear fellow. A straightforward blackmail letter can be refused, reported to police, fought against. But this, Holmes gestured vaguely at the rain-soaked city beyond. This creates psychological pressure. The collectors don't know how much the thief knows, or how they accomplished the impossible thefts, or whether other pieces in their collections might also vanish. Uncertainty is a weapon, Watson. Our blackmailer understands that perfectly. They found Whitmore exactly where they'd left him hours earlier, his small room having transformed into something like a shrine to guilt and scholarship in equal measure. The desk was now completely covered with sketches and documents, organized into piles that presumably made sense to their creator. The scholar himself looked both exhausted and oddly energized, as if confession had drained him while simultaneously providing new purpose. "Mr. Holmes," he said, rising as they entered, "I've been going through my records more thoroughly, preparing a complete accounting of every piece I authenticated for Blackwood. There were more than I initially recalled. Perhaps 20 items total, sold to at least a dozen different collectors across England. Colonel Harrington's helmet has also been stolen," Holmes announced without preamble. "Same method, same fingerprints. You marked that piece as well, I assume." Whitmore nodded, his expression grave. "I did. 3 months ago, during the same systematic campaign, I visited every collector I could locate, examined every piece I'd fraudulently authenticated, and left my signature on each one. I thought—" He paused, gathering his thoughts. "I thought if they were all marked, all connected, eventually someone would notice the pattern and investigate. I didn't imagine someone would use my marks as cover for theft." Holmes settled into the room's only chair, leaving Watson to lean against the wall near the window, where the limited light was fading into evening gloom. "Dr. Whitmore, I need you to think very carefully. Did anyone know what you were doing? Did you discuss your plan with anyone, even obliquely?" "No one. I barely speak to anyone anymore, Mr. Holmes. My life consists of this room, occasional tutorial work that barely pays rent, and my obsessive documentation of my failures." Whitmore gestured at the paper-covered desk. "I'm not exactly operating in social circles, where one discusses medieval armor forgery." "What about Blackwood? Have you had any contact with him since the original authentication work? None. After my wife died, and my situation became truly desperate, I considered approaching him for more work, but Whitmore's voice dropped to something barely audible. I couldn't. I'd already compromised myself once. To do it again would have been to abandon any pretense of integrity. So I avoided his premises, avoided any situation where I might encounter him. I don't even know if he's still operating the same business. Holmes leaned forward, his fingers steepled beneath his chin in that characteristic pose of concentration. Yet someone knew. Someone understood that you'd been marking the fraudulent pieces with impossible fingerprints and recognized it as an opportunity. The question is, who has both the knowledge of the forgery network and the skills to execute these thefts? The thefts are the truly puzzling element, Watson interjected. Locked cases, no signs of forced entry, yet the pieces vanish. Whitmore had access and opportunity when he made his examinations, but clearly he's not responsible for the actual thefts. Clearly, Holmes agreed, which means our thief gained access afterward, possibly using keys or expertise in lockpicking that rivals professional burglars. They knew exactly which pieces to take, exactly where Whitmore had left his fingerprint signatures, and exactly how to create maximum mystery around the thefts. Whitmore had been listening with growing agitation, his hands twisting together in a gesture of helpless anxiety. Mr. Holmes, I've created this situation through my weakness and my guilty conscience. These thefts, this blackmail scheme, they're built on the foundation of my fraud. What can I do to help stop it? You can help me understand Blackwood's operation more thoroughly, Holmes replied. His workshop, his network of forgers, his methods for creating provenance documentation. Someone with intimate knowledge of that system is now exploiting it. If we can understand how the forgeries were created, we may understand who's capable of this level of sophisticated theft. The scholar moved to his desk, extracting a folder that had been buried beneath the accumulated documentation. I kept notes, probably foolish, but I couldn't help myself. The forger's craftsmanship was actually quite remarkable from a technical perspective. The workshop was in 7 Dials, an area where skilled craftsmen work in relative anonymity. The forger himself was a man named Nathaniel Voss, a metalworker of extraordinary ability who'd trained in traditional techniques and could replicate virtually any style of medieval armor. Voss, Holmes repeated, committing the name to memory. Is he still operating? I don't know. I haven't had contact with any of them in 5 years. But 7 Dials isn't large, Mr. Holmes. If Voss is still working there, he shouldn't be difficult to locate. Skilled metalworkers have reputations in their communities. Holmes rose abruptly. That sudden energy Watson recognized as the signal that his friend's mind had made several leaps ahead, while the rest of them were still processing basic facts. Watson, we're going to 7 Dials. Dr. Whitmore, continue your documentation. I want a complete list of every collector, every piece, and every detail you can recall about Blackwood's operation. If we can map the entire forgery network, we can predict where our thief will strike next and possibly prevent further thefts. They descended back into the London evening, the rain having finally committed to proper precipitation rather than persistent drizzle. The streets gleamed with reflected gaslight, turning the city into something that appeared more liquid than solid, as if the boundary between Thames and thoroughfare had become negotiable. 7 Dials lay to the west, and south a warren of streets radiating from a central point, like spokes from a wheel. home to workshops and small manufactories where London's artisan class plied their trades in conditions ranging from respectable to desperate. The cab delivered them to the convergence point, where 7 streets met in that peculiar geometric arrangement that had given the area its name. Evening commerce was in full flow, shops still open, vendors calling their wares, the working class streaming homeward from factories and offices, their voices creating that particular urban symphony of exhaustion and perseverance. The air carried competing scents of coal smoke, fried fish, fresh bread, and the underlying tang of too many people living in too little space. Holmes navigated the streets with surprising certainty, suggesting he'd been here before in pursuit of other cases, other threads in London's elaborate tapestry of crime and survival. They passed metalworkers' shops, with windows displaying everything from decorative ironwork to practical tools, each establishment marked by the ring of hammers and the orange glow of forges that turned the gathering darkness into something alive, with industrial purpose. "There," Holmes said finally, stopping before a narrow shopfront wedged between a cobbler and a gin palace. The sign above the door read simply N. Voss, Metalwork and Restoration, in letters that had once been gold, but had faded to something closer to tarnished brass. Through the grimy window they could see the interior of a workshop, lit by forge light and lamplight in equal measure, crowded with tools and pieces in various stages of completion. Holmes pushed open the door, which announced their entry with a bell that seemed loud in the focused quiet of the workshop. The man who looked up from his workbench was perhaps 50, built with the solid muscle that came from decades of physical labor. His face smudged with soot and his leather apron scorched and stained. His eyes, however, were intelligent and wary, the eyes of a man who'd learned to be cautious about unexpected visitors. "Shop's closing," he said, his voice carrying the particular London accent that placed him as native to the city's working districts. "Come back tomorrow if you need work done." "Mr. Voss," Holmes replied, not moving toward the door. "I'm not here for metalwork. I'm here to discuss medieval armor forgery and the various pieces you created for Cornelius Blackwood approximately 5 years ago." The effect of these words was immediate and dramatic. Voss's face went carefully blank, his body tensing in a way that suggested he was calculating distances to exits and weighing his chances of simply refusing to engage. His hand moved unconsciously toward a hammer on the workbench, not threateningly, but protectively, the gesture of a man who'd learned to defend what was his. "Don't know what you're talking about," he said, but his voice lacked conviction. "I think you do, Mr. Voss. And I think you're now in a difficult position because someone is stealing the pieces you created and possibly implicating you in a blackmail scheme you had nothing to do with." Holmes moved further into the workshop, his hands visible and unthreatening. "My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm investigating the theft of several medieval pieces from private collections. Pieces that were forged in this very workshop, authenticated by Dr. Edmund Whitmore, and sold through Blackwood's operation. Someone knows the entire network and is exploiting that knowledge. I need your help to stop them before this situation becomes worse for everyone involved, including yourself." Voss studied Holmes for a long moment, his craftsman's eye apparently capable of assessing more than just metal. Finally, with visible reluctance, he set down the hammer and gestured toward the back of the workshop, where a small office space had been carved from the industrial chaos. "Best come through then," he said heavily. Though I warn you, Mr. Holmes, what I did 5 years ago was business, nothing more. I'm a craftsman, not a criminal. If someone's using my work for blackmail, they're doing it without my knowledge or consent. They followed him into the cramped office where papers covered every surface, and the air smelled of metal polish and old leather. Voss settled himself behind a desk that had probably been rescued from some wealthier establishment's refuse, while Holmes and Watson took positions standing, the space too small for additional chairs. "Tell me about the pieces you created for Blackwood," Holmes said. "Everything you remember about the commission, the specifications, the delivery arrangements." Voss leaned back in his chair, his expression distant with memory. "Blackwood came to me with sketches and specifications. Wanted medieval armor pieces created using traditional techniques, hand-forged, riveted construction, proper heat treatment to match period metallurgy. He provided the designs, I provided the craftsmanship. 20 pieces total over about 2 years. Gauntlets, helmets, breastplates, pauldrons. Beautiful work, if I say so myself. Each one aged artificially, using techniques I'd researched, chemical treatments, controlled rusting, mechanical wear to match centuries of handling. Did you know they'd be passed off as genuine medieval artifacts?" The craftsman's jaw tightened. "I suspected. Blackwood paid too well for these to be honest reproductions. But he assured me the buyers would be informed they were modern pieces made using historical methods, collector's items valued for craftsmanship rather than age. I wanted to believe him." He laughed bitterly. "I wanted to believe him because I needed the money, and the work was fascinating. Best commission I'd ever received, challenging and well paid. So I didn't ask too many questions." "Where is Blackwood now?" "Dead, Mr. Holmes. Died 3 years ago." My heart gave out suddenly, or so I heard. "His shop closed, his stock dispersed. I assumed the pieces I'd made were scattered across various collections by then, my involvement forgotten." Voss leaned forward, his expression earnest. "I haven't created forgeries since that work for Blackwood. I learned my lesson. Now I do honest restoration work and custom pieces with full disclosure about their origins. My reputation recovered slowly, but it recovered. If someone's stealing those old pieces and using them for blackmail, it threatens everything I've rebuilt." Holmes nodded slowly, absorbing this information, while his eyes scanned the office's contents with that rapid, comprehensive gaze. "One final question, Mr. Voss. Is there anyone from Blackwood's operation who might have detailed knowledge of which pieces went to which collectors? Someone who handled the documentation, managed the sales, created the provenance chains?" The craftsman considered, his brow furrowed with concentration. "Blackwood had a clerk. Young man, quite clever actually. Handled all the paperwork, created the false provenance documents, managed the authentication process with Whitmore. My name was Pemberton. Thomas Pemberton. Related somehow to the aristocrat who bought several pieces, though whether nephew or cousin I never learned." Watson felt something click into place, a connection forming between scattered facts. "Lord Pemberton, who owned the Gauntlet before Sir Reginald?" "The same. The clerk was family, which gave him access and credibility. Made it easier to create convincing provenance documentation when he could reference his own family's supposed ownership." Voss paused, then added quietly, "Clever young man. Too clever, perhaps. I always thought he was the real architect of the fraud, with Blackwood simply providing the commercial framework." Holmes's expression had gone very still, very focused. "Do you know where Thomas Pemberton is now?" "No idea, Mr. Holmes. After Blackwood died and the operation collapsed, everyone scattered. I heard Pemberton had come into some money, inheritance from Lord Pemberton's estate, most likely. Beyond that—" He shrugged. "I kept my head down and focused on rebuilding my reputation. Didn't seek out anyone from those days." They emerged from the workshop, back into the rain-slicked streets of Seven Dials, the evening now fully committed to darkness. Holmes walked quickly, his mind clearly racing ahead to implications and possibilities, while Watson hurried to keep pace, his thoughts assembling the pattern that was finally becoming visible through the fog of confusion. "Pemberton," Watson said as they reached a thoroughfare where cabs might be found. The clerk who knew everything about the forgery network, who had family connections to the aristocracy, who inherited money when Blackwood and Lord Pemberton both conveniently died. Holmes, surely. "Surely we have our blackmailer, Watson," Holmes finished, his voice carrying grim satisfaction. "Thomas Pemberton, who created the false provenance documents, who knows exactly which pieces are fraudulent and where they were sold, who has the social standing to move in collector circles without suspicion. He's been waiting, Watson. Waiting for Whitmore to mark the pieces with those impossible fingerprints, then using that evidence to justify the thefts and increase the psychological pressure on his victims. But how is he accomplishing the thefts themselves, the locked cases, the lack of forced entry? That, my dear fellow, is what we must determine. But I suspect we'll find that Thomas Pemberton has skills and resources that make him considerably more dangerous than a simple blackmailer." Holmes flagged down a cab with his stick, his expression set with determination. "Baker Street, driver, and quickly. We have research to conduct and a trap to plan." As the cab carried them back through the London night, Watson found himself thinking about the layers of deception they'd uncovered. Whitmore's guilty conscience, Voss's complicit craftsmanship, Blackwood's commercial fraud, and now Pemberton's systematic exploitation of the entire network. It was like peeling an onion, each layer revealing another beneath, each revelation making the picture both clearer and more complex. The rain continued its commentary on the city's affairs, and somewhere in London's vast geography, Thomas Pemberton presumably sat among his inherited wealth, planning his next theft, his next twist of the psychological knife he'd planted in the hearts of collectors who'd built their reputations on lies they'd paid handsomely to believe. Baker Street welcomed them back with the particular warmth that only a familiar refuge could provide after hours spent navigating London's damp streets and darker corners. Mrs. Hudson had maintained the fire with her usual efficiency, and the sitting room glowed with that amber light that seemed to belong more to memory than reality, as if the room itself existed slightly outside time's normal progression. Holmes shed his coat with barely contained energy, moving immediately to his reference books, while Watson settled gratefully into his chair, aware that his body was protesting the day's exertions with the aches that came more frequently now than in his younger years. "Pemberton," Holmes muttered, pulling volumes from shelves with the focused intensity of a man hunting specific facts through accumulated knowledge. "Thomas Pemberton. We need to know everything about him, his current circumstances, his connections, his movements over the past months. Watson, would you be so good as to consult Debrett's? I want to understand his relationship to Lord Pemberton and what exactly he inherited." Watson rose with the creaking reluctance of joints that had been asked to perform too much walking on cold, wet days, and retrieved the thick volume of Debrett's Peerage from its place on the shelf. The book fell open with the heavy authority of accumulated genealogy, its pages dense with the intricate family trees of Britain's aristocracy. He turned to the entry for Lord Pemberton, his finger tracing through the complicated branches of inheritance and relation. Lord Henry Pemberton, Watson read aloud, died 1890 of heart failure at age 58, married but childless. The estate passed to various relatives. Thomas Pemberton, listed as second cousin once removed, inherited a sum of £5,000 and the lease on a property in Chelsea. He looked up. Modest inheritance, really, for an aristocratic estate. The bulk must have gone elsewhere. £5,000 is more than modest for a clerk who'd been creating false documents for a living, Holmes observed, now seated at his desk with several books spread before him. Enough to establish himself comfortably, to move in respectable circles, to plan elaborate schemes without the pressure of immediate financial need. And Chelsea suggests he's positioning himself near the collectors he intends to target, close enough to observe, to plan, to strike. The clock on the mantelpiece marked the hour with solemn authority, announcing that evening had progressed well into night. Mrs. Hudson appeared as if summoned by the sound, bearing a tray with cold supper and tea, her expression suggesting she'd long ago accepted that her lodgers kept irregular hours and required feeding at odd intervals. She set the tray down with minimal commentary, though her glance at Holmes carried that particular mixture of exasperation and affection that came from years of tolerating genius at close quarters. "Thank you, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes murmured, barely looking up from his books. "You're a treasure beyond measure." "I'm a woman who knows when to feed men who've forgotten to feed themselves," she replied, the tartness in her voice undermined by the slight smile she couldn't quite suppress. "Try to eat something before it gets colder than it already is." She departed with the dignity of someone who delivered wisdom and expected it to be ignored, leaving them to their research and cold beef sandwiches. Watson discovered he was ravenously hungry, the day's activities having burned through breakfast and made lunch a distant memory. Holmes, predictably, ate with the distracted efficiency of a man fueling a machine, his attention remaining fixed on the volumes before him. "Here," Holmes said after several minutes of silence, broken only by turning pages and the crackling fire. A mention in the Times social column from 6 months ago. Mr. Thomas Pemberton hosted a viewing of his late cousin's collection of medieval artifacts at his Chelsea residence, attended by several prominent collectors, including Sir Reginald Ashworth, Colonel Harrington, and Mr. Fenwick of Manchester. "He's been cultivating them, Watson, creating relationships, gaining their trust, positioning himself as a fellow enthusiast. While knowing that their prized pieces are forgeries he himself documented as authentic," Watson said, the pattern now clear enough that even exhaustion couldn't obscure it. "He's been playing a long game. First, the forgery operation with Blackwood, then the inheritance that provided resources, then the careful cultivation of the victims, and now the systematic theft, using Whitmore's fingerprints as both cover and additional psychological pressure." Holmes leaned back in his chair, his fingers steepled beneath his chin in that attitude of intense concentration. "But we're still missing the mechanism of the thefts themselves. Pemberton may have social access to these collections, may have observed the display cases and their locks during his visits, but he still needs to actually enter these homes undetected and remove items from locked cases without leaving evidence. That requires either exceptional lock-picking skills, or... He paused, his eyes narrowing. Or keys, access to the actual keys, or the ability to create copies. During his visits as a fellow collector, Watson said slowly, working through the implications, he'd have opportunities to observe the collectors handling their keys, possibly even to gain temporary access under innocent pretenses. Might I examine that gauntlet more closely? Do you mind if I take a photograph for my records? Any number of reasonable requests that would require the case to be opened. Precisely. And a man with Pemberton's skills in document forgery likely possesses related talents. Key impression is a relatively simple skill for someone with patience and the right materials. A bit of soft wax, a moment's distraction, and you have everything needed to create a duplicate. Holmes rose abruptly, beginning to pace the room with that restless energy that meant his mind was assembling theories faster than conversation could keep pace. He visits as a respected guest, impresses keys during the social interaction, returns later to execute the theft. The impossible fingerprints that Whitmore left provide the perfect cover. They suggest something mysterious and inexplicable happened, directing attention away from the mundane reality of copied keys and planned burglary. Watson watched his friend pace, recognizing the signs that Holmes was approaching the solution's final configuration. So Pemberton has stolen Sir Reginald's gauntlet and the Colonel's helmet. If he's working systematically through the collection, Mr. Fenwick's breastplate would be the logical next target. Indeed, and Fenwick is in Manchester, which presents interesting complications. The theft would require travel, planning, likely an overnight absence from London. But before we concern ourselves with preventing the next theft, we need to prove Pemberton's guilt for the thefts already committed. Holmes stopped his pacing, turning to face Watson with that slight smile that meant he'd reached a conclusion. Tomorrow we visit Mr. Pemberton in Chelsea, a social call from Sherlock Holmes investigating medieval armour. Thefts. His reaction should be most informative. You'll confront him directly? Not confront, Watson. Observe. Let him know we're investigating. Watch how he responds. Give him enough rope to hang himself if he's inclined toward dramatic gestures. Men who orchestrate elaborate schemes often can't resist the temptation to display their cleverness, especially when faced with an audience they believe capable of appreciating their genius. Holmes returned to his chair, finally reaching for a sandwich with the air of a man remembering his body had requirements. Besides, I want to see his collection, the pieces Lord Pemberton supposedly left him. I suspect we'll find some interesting items there. They finished their late supper in companionable silence, the fire burning low, and the city beyond the windows settling into that particular quality of late-night quiet that London achieved only in the small hours. Watson felt exhaustion creeping through his limbs with insistent pressure, his eyelids growing heavy despite his mind's continued engagement with the case's complexities. Holmes seemed immune to such physical limitations, already pulling another book from the shelf, this one concerning the legal aspects of art forgery and fraud prosecution. "Get some sleep, Watson," Holmes said without looking up. "Tomorrow promises to be interesting, and I'll need you to be alert. I suspect Mr. Pemberton will be a more formidable opponent than our previous encounters might suggest." Watson didn't require further encouragement. He retired to his room with the profound gratitude of a man whose bed had never seemed more inviting, and fell asleep to the distant sounds of London's night traffic and the turning of pages from the sitting room, where Holmes continued his research, sleepless and relentless as always. Morning arrived with a sort of pale winter sunlight that suggested the sky was making only a token effort, the clouds too thick to permit anything resembling genuine brightness. Watson woke to find Holmes already dressed and standing at the window, his silhouette sharp against the grey light, a cup of coffee in his hand, and an expression on his face that suggested he'd either slept not at all or had risen hours earlier to continue his investigation. "Good morning, Watson," he said cheerfully, turning from the window. "I've made some inquiries overnight, sent messages to my network of street irregulars. Young Wiggins and his associates are remarkably efficient at gathering information when properly motivated. It seems Mr. Thomas Pemberton maintains a regular schedule. He's at home most mornings, ventures out for lunch at his club around 1 o'clock, returns by late afternoon. If we call around 11, we should find him available, and perhaps catch him off guard." They departed Baker Street after breakfast, the morning traffic already thick with commerce and industry. The cab carried them southwest toward Chelsea, that district which had transformed over recent decades from rural farmland to fashionable residential area, where artists and writers mingled with the moderately wealthy, creating a neighborhood that aspired to Mayfair's respectability without quite achieving its austere formality. The streets were wider here, the houses set back behind small gardens, the whole area carrying an air of comfortable prosperity tempered by artistic pretension. Pemberton's residence revealed itself as a narrow townhouse on a quiet street lined with plane trees, whose bare branches created intricate shadows against the pale facades. The building was Georgian in style, 3 stories of brick painted white, with black iron railings and window boxes that would presumably hold flowers in seasons more hospitable than November. A brass plaque beside the door announced T. Pemberton in discreet lettering, suggesting a man who valued privacy without complete anonymity. Holmes rang the bell with his walking stick, producing a clear note that echoed in the quiet street. Moments later, the door opened to reveal a manservant whose face carried that professional neutrality common to household staff who'd learned not to react to anything short of actual catastrophe. Holmes presented his card with a slight bow, his voice carrying exactly the right tone of polite authority. "Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson to see Mr. Pemberton if he's receiving. We're investigating a matter concerning medieval armor and believe he may be able to assist us with his expertise." The manservant's expression didn't flicker, though Watson thought he detected a slight pause, a moment's calculation before the man stepped aside to admit them. "Please wait in the entrance hall, gentlemen. I'll inquire if Mr. Pemberton is available." The entrance hall was smaller than those they'd visited in Mayfair or Kensington, but it was furnished with considerable taste. The walls were painted a warm cream and decorated with framed sketches of medieval architecture, cathedral details, castle fortifications, the sort of scholarly illustrations that suggested serious interests, rather than mere decoration. A narrow table held a bronze sculpture of a medieval knight, and through an open doorway Watson could glimpse a sitting room lined with bookshelves. The manservant returned within moments, his expression unchanged. "Mr. Pemberton will see you in his study, gentlemen. This way, if you please." They followed him up a narrow staircase to the second floor, where he opened a door and stepped aside to announce them. "Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, sir." The study was a revelation. It occupied what must have been the largest room on this floor, with tall windows overlooking the street and walls completely lined with display cases containing medieval artifacts. Watson's practiced eye immediately noted the quality and variety of the collection: helmets, gauntlets, pieces of armor arranged with scholarly precision, each one carefully labeled with period and provenance. It was, he realized, a far more extensive collection than Sir Reginald's or Colonel Harrington's, suggesting either significant inherited wealth or a very successful career in the antiquities trade. The man who rose from behind the desk to greet them was younger than Watson had expected, perhaps 35, with the sort of refined features and careful grooming that spoke of good breeding and comfortable circumstances. Thomas Pemberton was dressed in mourning clothes of excellent quality, his dark hair pomaded in the current fashion, his hands unmarked by labour of any kind. His eyes, however, were what caught Watson's attention: intelligent, calculating eyes that assessed his visitors with an intensity poorly disguised by social pleasantries. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, what an unexpected pleasure," Pemberton said, his voice carrying the cultured accent of someone educated at good schools and accustomed to moving in respectable society. "Please sit. My man will bring tea. I confess I'm intrigued by your visit. It's not every day one receives the famous detective in one's study." "Thank you for seeing us without appointment," Holmes replied, settling into an offered chair while his eyes swept the room with that rapid, comprehensive gaze. "Your collection is impressive, far more extensive than I'd anticipated. A lifelong passion, Mr. Holmes, inherited partially from my late cousin Lord Pemberton, augmented by my own acquisitions over the years. I find medieval armour fascinating both as artistic achievement and as practical engineering. Each piece tells a story of its era's technology and warfare." Pemberton's tone was enthusiastic, genuine sounding, the voice of a true collector discussing his passion. "But you mentioned investigating a matter concerning medieval armour? How may I assist?" Holmes leaned forward slightly, his expression interested rather than accusatory. "Several pieces have been stolen from private collections in recent weeks. A gauntlet from Sir Reginald Ashworth's collection, a helmet from Colonel Harrington's. Both thefts were accomplished without forced entry. Both involved locked display cases that showed no signs of tampering. I understand you're acquainted with both gentlemen." Something flickered across Pemberton's face, too quick for Watson to identify precisely, but definitely there. Surprise? Concern? Or merely the calculation of a clever man deciding how to respond? "I am acquainted with them, yes. Fellow collectors, though their holdings are more modest than mine. This is terrible news. Have the pieces been recovered?" "Not yet. We're pursuing several lines of inquiry." Holmes paused, his eyes fixed on Pemberton with that peculiar intensity. "I don't suppose you've noticed anything unusual in collector circles recently? Any rumours of forgeries being exposed, or questions raised about provenance?" The second flicker, more pronounced this time. Pemberton's hand moved unconsciously to adjust. His collar, a gesture of discomfort he quickly controlled. "Forgeries are an unfortunate reality in our field, Mr. Holmes. The market for genuine medieval pieces far exceeds supply, creating incentives for deception. I'm careful about my own acquisitions, naturally, but I couldn't speak to the authenticity of other collectors' pieces. Naturally. And where were you, Mr. Pemberton, on the evening of November 24th? That would be 2 nights ago, when Sir Reginald's gauntlet was stolen. The directness of the question landed like a stone in still water. Pemberton's face remained composed, but his body language shifted slightly. A subtle tensing, a calculation visible in his eyes. At home, Mr. Holmes. I dine at home most evenings. My man can confirm it. And the 26th, when Colonel Harrington's helmet vanished? Also at home. I'm a creature of habit, I'm afraid. My evenings are spent reading or cataloguing my collection, not terribly exciting, but thoroughly documented. Pemberton rose smoothly, moving toward one of his display cases. Mr. Holmes, I appreciate that you're conducting an investigation, but I hope you're not suggesting I'm somehow involved in these thefts. I'm a scholar and collector, not a burglar. I'm not suggesting anything, Mr. Pemberton, merely gathering information. Holmes stood as well, joining him at the display case. This gauntlet here, 15th century, I presume. The construction is remarkably well preserved. Early 15th century, yes. Part of Lord Pemberton's collection originally, supposedly worn by a knight in the French campaigns. Pemberton's voice had regained its enthusiasm, though Watson noticed his hand trembled slightly as he gestured toward the piece. Supposedly, Holmes repeated, investing the word with particular weight. Provenance can be such a tricky thing, can't it? The difference between a genuine historical artifact and a clever forgery sometimes comes down to documentation that may or may not reflect reality. The room fell silent, except for the ticking of a clock on the mantelpiece and the distant sounds of Chelsea's morning traffic. Pemberton and Holmes stood facing each other across the display case, 2 men engaged in a conversation that had multiple layers, where every word carried more weight than its surface meaning. Mr. Holmes, Pemberton said finally, his voice carefully controlled. If you're implying that my collection contains forgeries, I'd appreciate directness. If you have evidence to that effect, present it. If not, I must ask you to leave. I don't appreciate innuendo in my own home. No innuendo intended, Mr. Pemberton, simply observing that the medieval antiquities trade has been plagued by forgery for decades, and that anyone operating in that sphere would need to be exceptionally vigilant, or exceptionally knowledgeable about the forgery networks themselves. Holmes moved toward the door, Watson following. Thank you for your time. We'll be in touch if we require further assistance with our investigation. They departed into the pale November morning, Pemberton's manservant showing them out with the same professional neutrality he'd displayed upon their arrival. The door closed behind them with a soft click that seemed somehow final, as if a gauntlet had been thrown down, or perhaps picked up. He's our man, Watson said quietly, as they walked towards the corner where cabs might be found. Undoubtedly. Did you notice his hands when I mentioned forgery? The tremor he couldn't quite control. And that gauntlet he showed us is almost certainly one of Voss's creations. The construction was too perfect, too pristine for genuine 15th century use. Holmes's expression showed grim satisfaction. He knows we're onto him now. The question is whether that knowledge will make him cautious or desperate. What's our next move? We set a trap, Watson, and we use the one piece of bait he won't be able to resist, the promise of confronting the detective who's unravelled his clever scheme. But first, we need to ensure Mr. Fenwick's breastplate is properly protected. I suspect Pemberton will accelerate his timeline now that he knows we're investigating. Holmes flagged down a passing cab. Baker Street first, then we send telegrams. This case is approaching its climax, my dear fellow, and I intend to ensure it concludes on our terms rather than his. The cab carried them back through Chelsea's streets toward Baker Street, and Watson found himself thinking about Thomas Pemberton standing among his collection of dubious authenticity, a man who'd built his entire life on fraud, and was now watching it crumble beneath the weight of impossible fingerprints and stolen artifacts and the relentless investigation of Sherlock Holmes. Somewhere in that Chelsea townhouse, the stolen gauntlet and helmet presumably waited. Trophies in a game that was rapidly approaching its endgame. The telegram to Mr. Fenwick in Manchester went out within the hour. Holmes's message characteristically concise, yet urgent. Medieval collection in danger. Do not open display cases. Expect a visit from Holmes and Watson tomorrow. Reply immediately confirming security arrangements. They waited in Baker Street's sitting room for the response. Holmes, pacing with that restless energy that meant his mind was working through contingencies and possibilities, while Watson attended to correspondence that had accumulated during their investigation's more intense days. The reply arrived before noon, delivered by a messenger boy who accepted his sixpence with the cheerful efficiency of London's army of young entrepreneurs. Watson opened the envelope and read aloud. Collection secured. Local constabulary informed. Await your arrival. Fenwick. He looked up at Holmes. He's taken the threat seriously, at least. Good, though I suspect Pemberton will recognize that his window of opportunity is closing. Holmes moved to the window, staring, down at Baker Street's familiar bustle, with eyes that seemed to see through surfaces to underlying patterns. He knows we've identified him, knows we're protecting potential targets, knows that his elaborate scheme is unraveling. The question is whether he'll retreat and abandon the operation, or whether pride and desperation will drive him to something more dramatic. You think he'll make a move tonight? I think a man who's orchestrated this level of sophisticated fraud won't simply surrender without attempting one final play. His entire identity is bound up in this collection he's assembled, this persona he's created as a respected collector and scholar, to watch it collapse without making some gesture. Holmes turned from the window, his expression thoughtful. Watson, how would you feel about spending the evening as bait in a trap? Watson felt that familiar quickening of the pulse that came with Holmes's more adventurous proposals. What did you have in mind? A message to Pemberton. An invitation, really. Asking him to meet me tonight at Sir Reginald's townhouse to discuss the case and view some new evidence I've discovered. He won't be able to resist. The temptation to learn what we know, to perhaps retrieve the stolen gauntlet if he's hidden it there, to confront the detective who's unravelled his scheme. We'll be waiting, of course, with the appropriate authorities. You think he hid the stolen pieces at the victims' homes? That seems extraordinarily bold. Bold or clever, depending on perspective. Where better to hide stolen items than at the scene of the theft? Particularly if one has keys and access. Holmes moved to his desk, already composing the message. I'll suggest 8 o'clock this evening, after dark, when the servants are likely to be below stairs, and we can speak privately. If Pemberton is planning any final moves, he'll see this as his opportunity. The message was sent, and they spent the afternoon in preparation. Holmes consulted with Scotland Yard, securing Inspector Lestrade's somewhat sceptical cooperation. Seems an elaborate scheme just to catch a burglar, Mr. Holmes, Lestrade observed when he arrived at Baker Street to discuss the arrangements. Are you certain this Pemberton is our man? As certain as one can be without catching him in the act, Inspector, which is precisely what we intend to do this evening. Holmes laid out the plan with military precision. Lestrade and 2 constables would wait in Sir Reginald's study, concealed behind heavy curtains, while Holmes and Watson received Pemberton in the drawing-room. If he makes any move toward the display cases or reveals knowledge he shouldn't possess, we'll have our evidence. Sir Reginald himself was informed by message and agreed to the arrangement with the nervous enthusiasm of a man who desperately wanted his property returned and his reputation preserved. Whatever you need, Mr. Holmes, his reply stated, the house is at your disposal. Evening descended on London with that particular November quality of premature darkness, the short day surrendering to night with barely a struggle. Holmes and Watson arrived at the Grosvenor Square townhouse just before 7, admitted by Sir Reginald's butler, who had been briefed on the evening's unusual arrangements. The house felt different in the gathering darkness, larger and more shadowy, the gas lamps creating pools of amber light that seemed isolated in seas of gloom. Lestrade and his men were positioned in the study, concealed but alert, while Holmes and Watson settled into the drawing-room to wait. The minutes stretched with that peculiar elasticity that time acquired during moments of anticipation, each tick of the clock seeming both too fast and too slow. Watson found himself acutely aware of the weight of his service revolver in his pocket, that familiar presence that had accompanied him through more adventures than he cared to count. At precisely 8 o'clock, the doorbell rang with the sharp authority of a man arriving exactly on time. They heard the butler's footsteps in the hall, the murmur of voices. Then Pemberton was shown into the drawing-room, immaculately dressed in evening clothes, his expression carrying that carefully maintained composure of a man walking into unknown danger while pretending complete confidence. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," he said, accepting the offered seat with controlled grace. "Your message was intriguing, if somewhat cryptic. You mentioned new evidence?" Holmes remained standing, his position near the fireplace giving him command of the room. "Thank you for coming, Mr. Pemberton. I appreciate your willingness to assist with our investigation, particularly given the late hour and short notice. Professional curiosity, Mr. Holmes. You suggested you discovered something significant about the stolen pieces. As a collector myself, I'm naturally interested in any developments that might help recover these lost artifacts." Pemberton's voice was steady, but Watson noticed his hands resting a bit too carefully on the chair's arms, his body a bit too still. The posture of someone maintaining control through conscious effort. "I've discovered quite a lot, actually. Would you care to see the display case from which Sir Reginald's gauntlet was stolen? There are some interesting details I'd like your opinion on." Holmes gestured toward the door leading to the study. Something flickered across Pemberton's face. Calculation, perhaps, or recognition of the trap's outlines. But pride or curiosity, or some combination, drove him to rise and follow Holmes from the drawing-room, Watson trailing behind, his hand unconsciously moving toward his pocket where the revolver waited. The study was dimly lit, shadows thick in the corners where Lestrade and his men waited in silence. The empty display case stood in its accustomed position near the window, its glass panels catching the lamplight, the velvet interior still. bearing the impression of the absent Gauntlet. Holmes moved to it with the focused attention of a man about to deliver crucial evidence. "These fingerprints," he said, gesturing to the marks on the interior glass. "You'll notice as they appear impossibly old, as if someone had touched the glass centuries ago and the oils had fossilized. Quite remarkable, really. Do you have any theory about how such marks might have been created?" Pemberton moved closer, his expression showing scholarly interest that seemed genuine despite the circumstances. "Fascinating. I've never seen anything quite like it. Perhaps some chemical reaction. Medieval oils preserved through unusual atmospheric conditions. Or perhaps," Holmes said quietly, "they were painted there deliberately, using a mixture of oxidized pigments and oils applied with a stamp made from someone's fingertips. A signature of sorts, a confession rendered in impossible evidence." The room fell utterly silent. Pemberton stood frozen before the display case, his reflection ghostly in the glass, his carefully maintained composure beginning to crack at the edges. When he spoke, his voice carried a different quality, the pretense dropping away to reveal something harder, more desperate beneath. "Dr. Whitmore's work, I assume. I recognized his signature immediately when I saw these marks during my last visit to Sir Reginald's collection. Quite clever, really. The guilty conscience of a scholar manifesting as artistic vandalism." He turned to face Holmes directly, and Watson was struck by the change in his demeanor, the social polish stripped away to reveal the calculating intelligence beneath. "But you already knew that, Mr. Holmes, just as you know I'm the one who's been collecting these pieces. Not stealing, collecting, reclaiming what was always mine by right of creation." "Creation?" Holmes's voice remained carefully neutral, encouraging confession. "I created the entire network, Mr. Holmes. Blackwood was merely the commercial front, a respectable face for the operation. But I designed the forgeries, created the provenance documentation, authenticated each piece through Whitmore's desperate expertise. I built something remarkable, a system that converted Voss's craftsmanship into historical legitimacy and substantial profit. These pieces are mine in every way that matters, regardless of who paid for them." "So you've been reclaiming your work," Watson said, understanding dawn. "Not for blackmail, but for possession." Pemberton's laugh carried genuine amusement despite its bitter edge. "Blackmail? Why would I blackmail collectors for money I don't need? Lord Pemberton's inheritance provided sufficient funds for comfort. No, Doctor, I'm reclaiming these pieces because I can't bear to see my finest work displayed by fools who don't understand what they possess. Sir Reginald thinks he owns a piece of Agincourt. Colonel Harrington believes his helmet was worn by a medieval knight. They treasure. Lies, Doctor. Lies I created, yes, but lies nonetheless. I wanted them back. I wanted to complete my collection with the pieces I consider my masterworks." "By stealing them from locked cases," Holmes observed, "using keys you copied during your social visits." "Keys are simple, Mr. Holmes. Wax impressions take seconds, and any competent locksmith can create duplicates from good impressions. I had access, opportunity, and the technical skills to execute the thefts cleanly. Whitmore's fingerprints provided the perfect cover. They made the theft seem mysterious, impossible, supernatural even, when in reality they were merely careful planning and adequate patience." Holmes took a step closer, his voice dropping to something almost conversational. "Where are the pieces now, Mr. Pemberton? The gauntlet and the helmet?" For a long moment, Pemberton said nothing, his intelligent eyes moving between Holmes and Watson, calculation visible in his expression. Then, with the air of a man making a decision, he moved toward the fireplace, where a medieval sword hung as decoration above the mantel. His hand reached up, not for the sword itself, but for something behind it. A small package, wrapped in velvet, concealed in the space between sword and wall. "Hidden in plain sight," he said, unwrapping the package to reveal Sir Reginald's gauntlet, the metal gleaming dully in the lamplight. "I returned it here after the theft. Safest place, really. Who searches a crime scene for stolen goods after the investigation has moved elsewhere?" "And the helmet?" Watson asked. "Similarly concealed at Colonel Harrington's residence, behind a display of shields in his study. I plan to retrieve both once the investigation died down and add them properly to my collection." Pemberton set the gauntlet on the table between them, his hand lingering on the metal as if reluctant to release it. "They're beautiful pieces, aren't they? Voss's finest work. The articulation of the fingers, the attention to period detail. They deserved better than to be gawked at by men who purchased history they couldn't earn." "Mr. Pemberton," Holmes said, and his voice carried something that might have been sympathy. "I understand the impulse, the creator's pride in their work, the frustration of seeing it misunderstood or misattributed. But you've committed theft, multiple counts. You've violated the trust of fellow collectors who considered you a friend, and you've implicated an innocent man, Dr. Whitmore, whose fingerprints you used to create mystery around your crimes." "Whitmore was never innocent," Pemberton replied sharply. "He sold his integrity for money, authenticated forgeries he knew were dubious. His conscience came late, Mr. Holmes, years too late. Those fingerprints were his confession, and I simply used them for my own purposes. He's as guilty as I am, perhaps more so. I never pretended to be a scholar bound by academic ethics." The sound of movement came from behind the heavy curtains, Lestrade and his constables emerging from concealment. The trap sprung. Pemberton didn't move, didn't try to flee, simply stood beside the table with the gauntlet resting beneath his hand, resignation and defiance warring across his features. "Thomas Pemberton," Lestrade announced with official gravity, "I'm arresting you for the theft of medieval artifacts from Sir Reginald Ashworth and Colonel Harrington. You'll be taken to Scotland Yard for formal charging." Pemberton allowed himself to be handcuffed without resistance, though his eyes never left Holmes' face. "You understand, don't you, Mr. Holmes, the need to possess beautiful things, to surround oneself with craftsmanship that transcends its origins? These pieces aren't just forgeries, they're art. Voss created them, I gave them history, and together we made something that shouldn't exist but does. That's alchemy, Mr. Holmes. Transformation of base materials into something that carries meaning and beauty regardless of its age." "I understand the impulse," Holmes replied quietly. "But understanding doesn't excuse theft, Mr. Pemberton. You could have been content with the pieces you inherited legitimately, could have commissioned new works from Voss using honest provenance. Instead, you chose deception built upon deception, and now you'll face the consequences." They led him out into the November night, Lestrade's constables flanking him with professional efficiency. Sir Reginald emerged from wherever he'd been waiting, his eyes fixing immediately on the recovered gauntlet with an expression that combined relief and something more complicated, perhaps recognition that its return didn't restore its imagined history, that knowing it was a forgery had stripped away the meaning he'd invested in it. "Mr. Holmes," he said, his voice subdued, "I don't know whether to thank you or curse you. You've recovered my property, but you've also destroyed my collection's significance. If this gauntlet was never at Agincourt, if it's merely a clever forgery from 5 years ago—" "It's still a remarkable piece of craftsmanship," Holmes said gently, "made by a master metalworker using traditional techniques. Its value isn't in its age, Sir Reginald, but in the skill of its creation. Perhaps that's enough." Sir Reginald looked at the gauntlet, really looked at it, perhaps for the first time seeing the object itself rather than the history he'd believed it carried. "Perhaps," he said, though his voice carried doubt that wouldn't be easily resolved. 3 days later found Holmes and Watson back at Baker Street, the case concluded, and the various threads tied off with varying degrees of satisfaction. Colonel Harrington's helmet had been recovered from its hiding place, exactly where Pemberton had described. Mr. Fenwick in Manchester had been notified that his collection was no longer in danger, though Holmes had gently suggested he might want to have his breastplate examined by independent experts. Pemberton awaited trial, the charges serious enough to ensure significant prison time regardless of his aristocratic connections. Dr. Whitmore had been interviewed by police, but ultimately not charged, his fingerprints recognized as artistic confession rather than criminal conspiracy. Holmes had visited him in his Bloomsbury room, bringing news that a position had been arranged at a provincial museum, anonymously funded, naturally, though Watson suspected his friend's involvement, where Whitmore could pursue legitimate scholarship away from London's temptations and memories. Nathaniel Voss had similarly been questioned, but released, his role as craftsman rather than conspirator acknowledged. He'd returned to his workshop in 7 Dials, presumably to continue his honest restoration work, his brief foray into forgery now permanently concluded. The afternoon light filtered through Baker Street's windows with that particular quality of late November, thin, pale, grudging, as Holmes sat in his usual chair, pipe in hand, contemplating the case's conclusion with an expression Watson had learned to recognize as thoughtful rather than satisfied. "Something troubles you about the resolution," Watson observed, setting aside his newspaper. "Not troubles, exactly. But there's something melancholy about it, don't you think? Pemberton created something genuinely remarkable, a network that transformed craftsmanship into history, that made objects meaningful through narrative rather than age. That he did it fraudulently doesn't diminish the artistry involved." Holmes drew on his pipe, releasing smoke that curled toward the ceiling in lazy spirals. These collectors wanted to own pieces of history so desperately they were willing to ignore evidence of forgery. Pemberton understood that desire and exploited it. In the end, everyone involved was complicit in the deception because everyone wanted it to be true. "Does truth matter less than beauty, then?" Watson asked, the philosophical question feeling appropriate to the grey afternoon and the case's ambiguous resolution. "Truth matters, Watson, but so does the human need for connection to the past, for objects that carry weight and meaning beyond their material composition. Sir Reginald's gauntlet is no less beautiful for being 5 years old rather than 5 centuries, but it's less valuable because its story is less impressive. We privilege age over craftsmanship, history over art. Perhaps that's what Pemberton was rebelling against. By stealing the objects he'd helped create fraudulently. By reclaiming them in his mind, though I grant the distinction is largely semantic." Holmes smiled slightly, That expression that suggested he'd found something simultaneously amusing and sad in human nature's predictable patterns. At least the pieces have been returned, the forgery network exposed, and future collectors will presumably exercise more caution about provenance. That's something. They sat in comfortable silence as the afternoon faded toward evening. The city beyond their windows, conducting its endless business with indifference to medieval gauntlets and impossible fingerprints, and the various frauds humans perpetrated upon each other in pursuit of meaning. Somewhere in London's vast geography, Thomas Pemberton sat in a cell contemplating the collapse of his elaborate creation, while Dr. Whitmore packed his meagre belongings for relocation to a provincial museum and a second chance at honest scholarship, and Nathaniel Voss bent over his forge, creating objects whose authenticity could never be questioned. The fire burned low, the clock ticked its measured commentary, and Baker Street settled into its evening routine. Outside, the fog was gathering again, that peculiar London fog that blurred boundaries and softened edges, turning the city into something that existed between dream and reality, past and present, truth and the stories we told ourselves to make truth bearable. Watson thought about writing up the case for publication, mentally composing the opening paragraphs that would introduce readers to the mystery of the Iron Gauntlet. But some complexity would be lost in translation, he knew. The ambiguity of Pemberton's motives, the sadness of Whitmore's confession, the uncomfortable recognition that everyone involved had valued comfortable lies over inconvenient truths. Perhaps some cases resisted simple narrative, demanded acknowledgement of their contradictions. "Holmes," he said finally, breaking the companionable silence. In the end, what bothered Pemberton most wasn't the theft or the forgery, but the fact that his victims didn't appreciate the quality of his deception. He wanted recognition for his cleverness. Precisely, Watson. He wanted to be acknowledged as the architect of his own creation, even if that creation was fraudulent. There's something very human in that desire for recognition, however misguided its expression. Holmes set aside his pipe, his expression showing that particular satisfaction that came when a case's emotional resonances were properly understood. Which is why he couldn't resist meeting with me that evening, couldn't resist revealing his role. He needed someone who could appreciate the complexity of what he'd built, even if that appreciation came in the context of his arrest. And now he'll have years in prison to contemplate whether that recognition was worth the price. Indeed, though I suspect he'll consider it time well spent, in his own peculiar way. Some men need their cleverness acknowledged more than they need freedom. Holmes rose from his chair, stretching with the languid grace of a cat. "Shall we go out for dinner, Watson? I find myself wanting to walk through London's streets tonight, to observe the living city, rather than dwelling on the dead past that so many seem desperate to purchase and possess." They ventured out into the November evening, two figures among thousands moving through the fog-softened city, and the case of the Iron Gauntlet passed into history, or at least into Watson's notes, where truth and story blended together the way they always did, creating something that was neither quite accurate nor entirely false, but simply human in all its complicated contradictory glory. That's our story for tonight. Maybe you're drifting into rest beneath the soft skies of Helsinki, the warm coastal hush of Valencia, the peaceful night glow of Seoul, or the gentle breeze of Auckland. If this tale brought you ease, like the episode and subscribe for more nights filled with quiet magic. Let the night wrap itself around you. Let your worries fade. Let your dreams rise slowly like dawn. Sleep peacefully now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.